Welcome to Truth Meets Fiction, your home for timeless stories, unforgettable characters, and the kind of content that stays with you long after the credits roll. Whether it's fact, fiction, or somewhere in between, you'll find it here. Let's begin.
The Abominations of Yondo by Clark Ashton Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Abominations of Yondo by Clark Ashton Smith. The sand of the desert of Yondo is not as the sand of other deserts, for Yondo lies nearest of all to the world's rim, and strange winds, blowing from a gulf no astronomer may hope to fathom, have sown its ruinous fields with the gray dust of corroding planets, the black ashes of extinguished suns. The dark orb-like mountains which rise from its wrinkled and pitted plain are not all its own, for some are fallen asteroids, half buried in that abysmal sand. Things have crept in from nether space, whose incursion is forbid by the gods of all proper and well-ordered lands, but there are no such gods in Yondo, where live the hoary genii of stars abolished, and decrepit demons left homeless by the destruction of antiquated hells. It was noon of a vernal day when I came forth from that interminable cactus forest in which the inquisitors of Ong had left me, and saw at my feet the gray beginnings of Yondo. I repeat, it was noon of a vernal day, but in that fantastic wood I had found no token or memory of spring, and the swollen, fulvous, dying, and half-rotten growth through which I had pushed my way were like no other cacti, but bore shapes of abomination scarcely to be described. The very air was heavy with stagnant odors of decay, and leprous lichens mottled the black soil and russet vegetation with increasing frequency. Pale green vipers lifted their heads from prostrate cactus bowls and watched me with eyes of bright ochre that had no lids or pupils. These things had disquieted me for hours past, and I did not like the monstrous fungi, with hueless stems and nodding heads of poisonous mauve, which grew from the sodden lips of fetid tarns, and the sinister ripples spreading and fading on the yellow water at my approach were not reassuring to one whose nerves were still taut from unmentionable tortures. Then, when even the blotched and sickly cacti became more sparse and stunted, and rills of ashen sand crept in among them, I began to suspect how great was the hatred my heresy had aroused in the priests of Ong, and to guess the ultimate malignancy of their vengeance. I will not detail the indiscretions which had led me, a careless stranger from far-off lands, into the power of those dreadful magicians and mysteriarchs who served the lion-headed Ong. These indiscretions and the particulars of my arrest are painful to remember, and least of all do I like to remember the racks of dragon gut strewn with powdered adamant, on which men are stretched naked, or that unlit room with 6-inch windows near the sill, where bloated corpse worms crawled in by hundreds from a neighboring catacomb. Sufficient to say that, after expending the resources of their frightful fantasy, my inquisitors had borne me blindfolded on camelback for incomputable hours, to leave me at morning twilight in that sinister forest. I was free, they told me, to go whither I would, and in token of the clemency of Ong, they gave me a loaf of coarse bread and a leathern bottle of rank water by way of provision. It was at noon of the same day that I came to the desert of Yondo. So far, I had not thought of turning back for all the horror of those rotting cacti or the evil things that dwelt among them. Now I pause, knowing the abominable legend of the land to which I had come, for Yondo is a place where few have ventured wittingly and of their own accord. Fewer still have returned, babbling of unknown horrors and strange treasure, and the lifelong palsy which shakes their withered limbs, together with the mad gleam in their starting eyes beneath whitened brows and lashes, is not an incentive for others to follow. So it was that I hesitated on the verge of those ashen sands, and felt the tremor of a new fear in my wrenched vitals. It was dreadful to go on, and dreadful to go back, for I felt sure that the priests had made provision against the latter contingency. So after a little I went forward, sinking at each step in loathly softness, and followed by certain long-legged insects that I had met among the cacti. These insects were the color of a week-old corpse, and were large as tarantulas. But when I turned and trod upon the foremost, a mephitic stench arose that was more nauseous even than their color. So for once, I ignored them as much as possible. Indeed, such things were minor horrors in my predicament. Before me, under a huge sun of sickly scarlet, Yondo reached, interminable as the land of a hashish dream against the black heavens. Far off, on the utmost rim, were those orb-like mountains of which I have told. But in between were awful blanks of gray desolation, and low treeless hills like the back of half-buried monsters. Struggling on, I saw gray pits where meteors had sunk from sight, and divers colored jewels that I could not name glared or glistened from the dust. There were fallen cypresses that rotted by crumbling mausoleums, on whose lichen-blotted marble fat chameleons crept with royal pearls in their mouths. Hidden by the low ridges were cities of which no stela remained unbroken, immense and immemorial cities lapsing shard by shard, atom by atom, to feed infinities of desolation. I dragged my torture-weakened limbs over vast rubbish heaps that had once been mighty temples, and fallen gods frowned in rotting samite, or leered in riven porphyry at my feet. Over all was an evil silence, broken only by the satanic laughter of hyenas, and the rustling of adders in thickets of dead thorn or antique gardens given to the perishing nettle and fumitory. Topping one of many mound-like ridges, I saw the waters of a weird lake, unfathomably dark and green as malachite, and set with bars of profulgent salt. These waters lay far beneath me in a cup-like hollow, but almost at my feet on the wave-worn slopes were heaps of that ancient salt, and I knew that the lake was only the bitter and ebbing dregs of some former sea. Climbing down, I came to the dark waters, and began to lave my hands. But there was a sharp and corrosive sting in that immemorial brine, and I desisted quickly, preferring the desert dust that had wrapped me about like a slow shroud. Here I decided to rest for a little, and hunger forced me to consume part of the meager and mocking fare with which I had been provided by the priests. It was my intention to push on if my strength would allow, and reach the lands that lie to the north of Yondo. These lands are desolate, indeed, but their desolation is of a more usual order than that of Yondo, and certain tribes of nomads have been known to visit them occasionally. If fortune favored me, I might fall in with one of these tribes. The scant fare revived me, and for the first time in weeks of which I had lost all reckoning, I heard the whisper of a faint hope. The corpse-colored insects had long since ceased to follow me, and so far, despite the eeriness of the sepulchral silence and the mounded dust of timeless ruin, I had met nothing half so horrible as those insects. I began to think that the terrors of Yondo were somewhat exaggerated. It was then that I heard a diabolic chuckle on the hillside above me. The sound began with a sharp abruptness that startled me beyond all reason, and continued endlessly, never varying its single note like the mirth of an idiotic demon. I turned and saw the mouth of a dark cave, fanged with green stalactites, which I had not perceived before. The sound appeared to come from within this cave. With a fearful intentness, I stared at the black opening. The chuckle grew louder, but for a while I could see nothing. At last I caught a whitish glimmer in the darkness. Then, with all the rapidity of nightmare, a monstrous thing emerged. It had a pale, hairless, egg-shaped body, large as that of a gravid she-goat, and this body was mounted on 9 long, wavering legs with many phalanges, like the legs of some enormous spider. The creature ran past me to the water's edge, and I saw that there were no eyes in its oddly sloping face, but 2 knife-like ears rose high above its head, and a thin, wrinkled snout hung down across its mouth, whose flabby lips, parted in that eternal chuckle, revealed rows of bat's teeth. It drank avidly of the bitter lake. Then, with thirst satisfied, it turned and seemed to sense my presence, for the wrinkled snout rose and pointed toward me, sniffing audibly. Whether the creature would have fled or whether it meant to attack me, I do not know, for I could bear the sight no longer, but ran with trembling limbs amid the massive boulders and great bars of salt along the lake shore. Utterly breathless, I stopped at last, and saw that I was not pursued. I sat down, still trembling, in the shadow of a boulder. But I was to find little respite, for now began the second of those bizarre adventures which forced me to believe all the mad legends I had heard. More startling even than that diabolic chuckle was the scream that rose at my very elbow, from the salt-compounded sand, the scream of a woman possessed by some atrocious agony, or helpless in the grip of devils. Turning, I beheld a veritable Venus, naked in a white perfection that could fear no scrutiny, but immersed to her navel in the sand. Her terror-widened eyes implored me, and her lotus hands reached out, with beseeching gesture. I sprang to her side and touched a marble statue, whose carven lids were drooping in some enigmatic dream of dead cycles, and whose hands were buried with the lost loveliness of hips and thighs. Again I fled, shaken with a new fear, and again I heard the scream of a woman's agony, but this time I did not turn to see the imploring eyes and hands. Up the long slope to the north of that accursed lake, stumbling over boulders of basanite and ledges that were sharp with verdigris-covered metals, floundering in pits of salt on terraces wrought by the receding tide and ancient eons, I fled as a man flies from dream to baleful dream of some cacodemoniacal night. At whiles there was a cold whisper in my ear which did not come from the wind of my flight, and looking back as I reached one of the upper terraces, I perceived a singular shadow that ran pace by pace with my own. This shadow was not the shadow of man nor ape, nor any known beast. The head was too grotesquely elongated, the squat body too gibbous, and I was unable to determine whether the shadow possessed 5 legs or whether what appeared to be the 5th was merely a tail. Terror lent me new strength, and I had reached the hilltop when I dared to look back again. But still the fantastic shadow kept pace by pace with mine, and now I caught a curious and utterly sickening odor, foul as the odor of bats who have hung in a charnel house amid the mold of corruption. I ran for leagues while the red sun slanted above the asteroidal mountains to the west, and the weird shadow lengthened with mine but kept always at the same distance behind me. An hour before sunset I came to a circle of small pillars that rose miraculously unbroken amid ruins that were like a vast pile of potsherds. As I passed among these pillars I heard a whimper, like the whimper of some fierce animal between rage and fear, and saw that the shadow had not followed me within the circle. I stopped and waited, conjecturing at once that I had found a sanctuary my unwelcome familiar would not dare to enter. And in this the action of the shadow confirmed me, for the thing hesitated, then ran about the circle of columns, pausing often between them, and, whimpering all the while, at last went away and disappeared in the desert toward the setting sun. For a full half-hour I did not dare to move. Then the imminence of night, with all its probabilities of fresh terror, urged me to push on as far as I could to the north, for I was now in the very heart of Yondo, where demons or phantoms might dwell who would not respect the sanctuary of the unbroken columns. Now as I toiled on, the sunlight altered strangely, for the red orb, nearing the mounded horizon, sank and smoldered in a belt of miasmal haze where floating dust from all the shattered fanes and necropoli of Yondo was mixed with evil vapors coiling skyward from black enormous gulfs lying beyond the utmost rim of the world. In that light, the entire waste, the rounded mountains, the serpentine hills, the lost cities, were drenched with phantasmal and darkening scarlet. Then, out of the north, where shadows mustered, there came a curious figure, a tall man fully caparisoned in chain-mail, or rather what I assumed to be a man. As the figure approached me, clanking dismally at each step on the sharded ground, I saw that its armor was of brass mottled with verdigris, and the casque of the same metal, furnished with coiling horns and a serrate comb, rose high above its head. I say its head, for the sunset was darkening, and I could not see clearly at any distance. But when the apparition came abreast, I perceived that there was no face beneath the brows of that bizarre helmet, whose empty edges were outlined for a moment against the smoldering light. Then the figure passed on, still clinking dismally, and vanished. But on its heels, ere the sunset faded, there came a second apparition, striding with incredible strides, and halting when it loomed almost upon me in the red twilight, the monstrous mummy of some ancient king, still crowned with untarnished gold, but turning to my gaze a visage that more than time or the worm had wasted. Broken swathings flapped about the skeleton legs, and above the crown that was set with sapphires and orange rubies, a black something swayed and nodded horribly. But, for an instant, I did not dream what it was. Then, in its middle, two oblique and scarlet eyes opened and glowed like hellish coals, and two ophidian fangs glittered in an ape-like mouth. A squat, furless, shapeless head on a neck of disproportionate extent leaned unspeakably down and whispered in the mummy's ear. Then, with one stride, the titanic lich took half the distance between us, and from out the folds of the tattered cere cloth a gaunt arm arose, and fleshless taloned fingers, laden with glowering gems, reached out and fumbled for my throat. Back through eons of madness and dread, in a prone, precipitate flight, I ran from those fumbling fingers that hung always on the dusk behind me. Back forever, unthinking, unhesitating to all the abominations I had left. Back in the thickening twilight, toward the nameless and sharded ruins, the haunted lake, the forest of evil cacti, and the cruel and cynical inquisitors of Ong, who wait my return. End of The Abominations of Yondo by Clark Ashton Smith.
Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick. Larry Thomas bought a cuckoo clock for his wife without knowing the price he would have to pay. That night, at the dinner table, he brought it out and set it down beside her plate. Doris stared at it, her hand to her mouth. "My God, what is it?" She looked up at him, bright-eyed. "Well, open it." Doris tore the ribbon and paper from the square package with her sharp nails, her bosom rising and falling. Larry stood watching her as she lifted the lid. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall. "A cuckoo clock," Doris cried. "A real old cuckoo clock, like my mother had." She turned the clock over and over, just like my mother had when Pete was still alive. Her eyes sparkled with tears. "It's made in Germany," Larry said. After a moment, he added, "Carl got it for me wholesale. He knows some guy in the clock business. Otherwise, I wouldn't have." He stopped. Doris made a funny little sound. "I mean, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to afford it." He scowled. "What's the matter with you? You've got your clock, haven't you? Isn't that what you want?" Doris sat, holding on to the clock, her fingers pressed against the brown wood. "Well," Larry said, "what's the matter?" He watched in amazement as she leaped up and ran from the room, still clutching the clock. He shook his head. "Never satisfied. They're all that way. Never get enough." He sat down at the table and finished his meal. The cuckoo clock was not very large. It was handmade, however, and there were countless frets on it, little indentations and ornaments scored in the soft wood. Doris sat on the bed, drying her eyes and winding the clock. She set the hands by her wristwatch. Presently, she carefully moved the hands to 2 minutes of 10. She carried the clock over to the dresser and propped it up. Then she sat, waiting, her hands twisted together in her lap, waiting for the cuckoo to come out, for the hour to strike. As she sat, she thought about Larry and what he had said, and what she had said too, for that matter. Not that she could be blamed for it. After all, she couldn't keep listening to him forever without defending herself. You had to blow your own trumpet in the world. She touched her handkerchief to her eyes suddenly. Why did he have to say that about getting it wholesale? Why did he have to spoil it all? If he felt that way, he needn't have got it in the first place. She clenched her fists. He was so mean, so damn mean. But she was glad of the little clock sitting there, ticking to itself, with its funny grilled edges, and the door. Inside the door was the cuckoo waiting to come out. Was he listening? His head cocked on one side, listening to hear the clock strike so that he would know to come out? Did he sleep between hours? Well, she would soon see him. She could ask him, and she would show the clock to Bob. He would love it. Bob loved old things, even old stamps and buttons. He liked to go with her to the stores. Of course, it was a little awkward, but Larry had been staying at the office so much, and that helped. If only Larry didn't call up sometimes, too. There was a whir. The clock shuddered, and all at once the door opened. The cuckoo came out, sliding swiftly. He paused and looked around solemnly, scrutinizing her, the room, the furniture. It was the first time he had seen her, she realized, smiling to herself in pleasure. She stood up, coming toward him shyly. "Go on," she said. "I'm waiting." The cuckoo opened his bill. He whirred and chirped quickly, rhythmically. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he retired. The door snapped shut. She was delighted. She clapped her hands and spun in a little circle. He was marvelous, perfect, and the way he had looked around, studying her, sizing her up, he liked her. She was certain of it, and she, of course, loved him at once, completely. He was just what she had hoped would come out of the little door. Doris went to the clock. She bent over the little door, her lips close to the wood. "Do you hear me?" she whispered. "I think you're the most wonderful cuckoo in the world." She paused, embarrassed. "I hope you'll like it here." Then she went downstairs again, slowly, her head high. Larry and the cuckoo clock really never got along well from the start. Doris said that it was because he didn't wind it right, and it didn't like being only half wound all the time. Larry turned the job of winding over to her. The cuckoo came out every quarter hour and ran the spring down without remorse, and someone had to be ever after it, winding it up again. Doris did her best, but she forgot a good deal of the time. Then Larry would throw his newspaper down with an elaborate, weary motion and stand up. He would go into the dining room, where the clock was mounted on the wall over the fireplace. He would take the clock down, and making sure that he had his thumb over the little door, he would wind it up. "Why do you put your thumb over the door?" Doris asked once. "You're supposed to." She raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? I wonder if it isn't that you don't want him to come out while you're standing so close." "Why not?" "Maybe you're afraid of him." Larry laughed. He put the clock back on the wall and gingerly removed his thumb. When Doris wasn't looking, he examined his thumb. There was still a trace of the nick cut out of the soft part of it. Who or what had pecked at him? One Saturday morning, when Larry was down at the office working over some important special accounts, Bob Chambers came to the front porch and rang the bell. Doris was taking a quick shower. She dried herself and slipped into her robe. When she opened the door, Bob stepped inside, grinning. "Hi," he said, looking around. "It's all right. Larry's at the office." "Fine." Bob gazed at her slim legs below the hem of the robe. "How nice you look today." She laughed. "Be careful. Maybe I shouldn't let you in after all." They looked at one another, half amused, half frightened. Presently, Bob said, "If you want, I'll—" "No, for God's sake." She caught hold of his sleeve. "Just get out of the doorway so I can close it. Mrs. Peters, across the street, you know." She closed the door. "And I want to show you something," she said. "You haven't seen it." He was interested. An antique or what? She took his arm, leading him toward the dining room. "You'll love it, Bobby." She stopped, wide-eyed. "I hope you will. You must love it. It means so much to me." "He means so much." "He?" Bob frowned. "Who is he?" Doris laughed. "You're jealous. Come on." A moment later, they stood before the clock, looking up at it. "He'll come out in a few minutes. Wait until you see him. I know you two will get along just fine." "What does Larry think of him?" "They don't like each other. Sometimes when Larry's here, he won't come out. Larry gets mad if he doesn't come out on time. He says—" "Says what?" Doris looked down. "He always says he's been robbed, even if he did get it wholesale." She brightened. "But I know he won't come out because he doesn't like Larry. When I'm here alone, he comes right out for me every 15 minutes, even though he really only has to come out on the hour." She gazed up at the clock. "He comes out for me because he wants to. We talk. I tell him things. Of course, I'd like to have him upstairs in my room, but it wouldn't be right." There was the sound of footsteps on the front porch. They looked at each other, horrified. Larry pushed the door open, grunting. He set his briefcase down and took off his hat. Then he saw Bob for the first time. "Chambers, I'll be damned." His eyes narrowed. "What are you doing here?" He came into the dining room. Doris drew her robe about her helplessly, backing away. Bob began. "This is... we..." He broke off, glancing at Doris. Suddenly, the clock began to whir. The cuckoo came rushing out, bursting into sound. Larry moved toward him. "Shut that din off," he said, raising his fist toward the clock. The cuckoo snapped into silence and retreated. The door closed. "That's better." Larry studied Doris and Bob, standing mutely together. "I came over to look at the clock," Bob said. "Doris told me that it's a rare antique, and that, nuts. I bought it myself." Larry walked up to him. "Get out of here." He turned to Doris. "You too, and take that damn clock with you." He paused, rubbing his chin. "No, leave the clock here. It's mine. I bought it and paid for it." In the weeks that followed after Doris left, Larry and the cuckoo clock got along even worse than before. For one thing, the cuckoo stayed inside most of the time, sometimes even at 12 o'clock, when he should have been busiest. And if he did come out at all, he usually spoke only once or twice, never the correct number of times, and there was a sullen, uncooperative note in his voice, a jarring sound that made Larry uneasy and a little angry. But he kept the clock wound because the house was very still and quiet, and it got on his nerves not to hear someone running around, talking and dropping things, and even the whirring of a clock sounded good to him. But he didn't like the cuckoo at all, and sometimes he spoke to him. "Listen," he said, late one night to the closed little door. "I know you can hear me. I ought to give you back to the Germans, back to the Black Forest." He paced back and forth. "I wonder what they're doing now, the two of them. That young punk with his books and his antiques. A man shouldn't be interested in antiques. That's for women." He set his jaw. "Isn't that right?" The clock said nothing. Larry walked up in front of it. "Isn't that right?" he demanded. "Don't you have anything to say?" He looked at the face of the clock. It was almost 11, just a few seconds before the hour. All right, I'll wait until 11. Then I want to hear what you have to say. You've been pretty quiet the last few weeks since she left." He grinned wryly. "Maybe you don't like it here since she's gone." He scowled. "Well, I paid for you, and you're coming out whether you like it or not. You hear me?" 11 o'clock came. Far off at the end of town, the great tower clock boomed sleepily to itself, but the little door remained shut. Nothing moved. The minute hand passed on, and the cuckoo did not stir. He was someplace inside the clock, beyond the door, silent and remote. "All right, if that's the way you feel," Larry murmured, his lips twisting. "But it isn't fair. It's your job to come out. We all have to do things we don't like." He went unhappily into the kitchen and opened the great gleaming refrigerator. As he poured himself a drink, he thought about the clock. There was no doubt about it. The cuckoo should come out, Doris or no Doris. He had always liked her from the very start. They had got along well, the two of them. Probably he liked Bob, too. Probably he had seen enough of Bob to get to know him. They would be quite happy together, Bob and Dolores and the cuckoo. Larry finished his drink. He opened the drawer at the sink and took out the hammer. He carried it carefully into the dining room. The clock was ticking gently to itself on the wall. "Look," he said, waving the hammer. "You know what I have here. You know what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to start on you first." He smiled. "Birds of a feather. That's what you are, the three of you." The room was silent. "Are you coming out, or do I have to come in and get you?" The clock whirred a little. "I hear you in there. You've got a lot of talking to do. Enough for the last 3 weeks. As I figure it, you owe me." The door opened. The cuckoo came out fast, straight at him. Larry was looking down, his brow wrinkled in thought. He glanced up, and the cuckoo caught him squarely in the eye. Down he went, hammer and chair and everything, hitting the floor with a tremendous crash. For a moment, the cuckoo paused, its small body poised rigidly. Then it went back inside its house. The door snapped tight shut after it. The man lay on the floor, stretched out grotesquely, his head bent over to one side. Nothing moved or stirred. The room was completely silent, except, of course, for the ticking of the clock. "I see," said Doris, her face tight. Bob put his arm around her, steadying her. "Doctor," Bob said, "can I ask you something?" "Of course," the doctor said. "Is it very easy to break your neck falling from so low a chair?" "It wasn't very far to fall. I wonder if it might not have been an accident. Is there any chance it might have been?" "Suicide?" The doctor rubbed his jaw. "I never heard of anyone committing suicide that way. It was an accident, I'm positive." "I don't mean suicide," Bob murmured under his breath, looking up at the clock on the wall. "I meant something else." But no one heard him. End of Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick.
The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charlie Dykman, Boston, April 2023. The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as best I could, but when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You, who so well know the nature of my soul, will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. At length I would be avenged. This was a point definitely settled, but the very definitiveness with which it was resolved precluded the idea of risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It's equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who has done the wrong. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato cause to doubt my good will. I continued, as was my wont, to smile in his face, and he did not perceive that my smile now was at the thought of his immolation. He had a weak point, this Fortunato, although in other regards he was a man to be respected and even feared. He prided himself on his connoisseurship in wine. Few Italians have the true virtuoso spirit. For the most part, their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and opportunity, to practice their imposture upon the British and Austrian millionaires. In painting and gemmery, Fortunato, like his countrymen, was a quack, but in the matter of old wines he was sincere. In this respect, I did not differ from him materially. I was skillful in the Italian vintages myself, and bought largely whenever I could. It was about dusk, one evening during the supreme madness of the Carnival season, that I encountered my friend. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking much. The man wore motley. He had on a tight-fitting party-striped dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical cap and bells. I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met. How remarkably well you are looking today. But I have received a pipe of what passes for amontillado, and I have my doubts." "How?" said he. "Amontillado? A pipe? Impossible! And in the middle of Carnival!" "I have my doubts," I replied, "and I was silly enough to pay the full amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. You were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing a bargain." "Amontillado!" "I have my doubts." "Amontillado!" "And I must satisfy them." "Amontillado!" "As you are engaged, and I am on my way to Lucchesi. If anyone has a critical turn, it is he. He will tell me, 'Lucchesi cannot tell Amontillado from sherry.' And yet some fools will have it that his taste is a match for your own. Come, let us go." "Whither?" "To your vaults." "My friend, no. I will not impose upon your good nature. I perceive you have an engagement. Lucchesi—" "Oh, I have no engagement. Come." "My friend, no. It is not the engagement, but the severe cold with which I perceived you are afflicted. The vaults are insufferably damp. They are encrusted with nitre." "Let us go, nevertheless. The cold is merely nothing. Amontillado! You have been imposed upon, and as for Lucchesi, he cannot distinguish sherry from Amontillado." Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm. Putting on a mask of black silk and drawing a roquelaire closely about my person, I suffered him to hurry me to my palazzo. There were no attendants at home. They had absconded to make merry in honor of the time. I had told them that I should not return until the morning, and I had given them explicit orders not to stir from the house. These orders were sufficient, I well knew, to ensure their immediate disappearance, one and all, as soon as my back was turned. I took from their sconces 2 flambeaux, and giving one to Fortunato, bowed him through several suites of rooms to the archway that led into the vaults. I passed down a long and winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. We came at length to the foot of the descent, and stood together on the damp ground of the catacombs of the Montresors. The gait of my friend was unsteady, and the bells upon his cap jingled as he strode. "The pipe," said he. "Oh, it's further on," said I. "But I observe the white web-work which gleams from these cavern walls." He turned toward me, and looked into my eyes with 2 filmy orbs that distilled the rheum of intoxication. "Nitre?" he asked at length. "Nitre," I replied. "How long have you had that cough?" My poor friend found it impossible to reply for many minutes. "It is nothing," he said at last. "Come," I said with decision, "we will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved. You are happy, as I once was. You are a man to be missed. For me it is no matter. We will go back. You will be ill, and I cannot be responsible. Besides, there is Lucchesi." "Enough," he said. "The cough is a mere nothing. It will not kill me. I shall not die of a cough." "True, true," I replied, "and indeed I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily, but you should use all proper caution. A draught of this Medoc will defend us from the damps." Here I knocked off the neck of a bottle which I drew from a long row of its fellows that lay upon the mould. "Drink," I said, presenting him the wine. He raised it to his lips with a leer. He paused and nodded to me familiarly, while his bells jingled. "I drink," he said, "to the buried that repose around us." "And I to your long life." He once again took my arm, and we proceeded. "These vaults," he said, "are extensive." "The Montresors," I replied, "were a great and numerous family." "I forget your arms." "A human foot d'or in field azure. The foot crushes a serpent rampant whose fangs are embedded in the heel." "And the motto?" "Nemo me impune lacessit." "Good," he said. The wine sparkled in his eyes, and the bells jingled. My own fancy grew warm with the Medoc. We had passed through walls of piled bones, with casks and puncheons intermingling, into the inmost recesses of the catacombs. I paused again, and this time I made bold to seize Fortunato by the arm above the elbow. "The nitre," I said. "See, it increases. It hangs like moss upon the vaults. We are below the river's bed. The drop of moisture trickle among the bones. Come, we will go back ere it is too late. Your cough—" "It is nothing," he said. "Let us go on. But first, another draught of this Medoc." I broke and reached him a flagon of de Grave. He emptied it out of breath. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed and threw the bottle upwards with a gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one. "You do not comprehend?" he said. "Not I," I replied. "Then you are not of the Brotherhood." "How? You are not of the Masons?" Yes, I said. Yes. "You? Impossible. A Mason?" "A Mason," I replied. "A sign," he said. "A sign." "It is this," I answered, producing a trowel from beneath the folds of my roquelaire. "You jest," he exclaimed, recoiling a few paces. "But let us proceed to the Amontillado." "Be it so," I said, replacing the tool beneath my cloak and again offering him my arm. He leaned upon it heavily. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado. We passed through a range of low arches, descended, passed on, and descending again, arrived at a deep crypt, in which the foulness of the air caused our flambeaux rather to glow than flame. At the most remote end of the crypt there appeared another less spacious. Its walls had been lined with human remains, piled to the vault overhead in the fashion of the great catacombs of Paris. 3 sides of this interior crypt were still ornamented in this manner. From the 4th side the bones had been thrown down and lay promiscuously upon the earth, forming at one point a mound of some size. Within the wall thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior recess, in depth about 4 feet, in width 3, in height 7 or 6. It seemed to have been constructed for no especial use within itself, but formed merely the interval between 2 of the colossal supports of the roof of the catacombs, and was backed by one of the circumscribing walls with solid granite. It was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavored to pry into the depths of the recess. Its termination the feeble light did not enable us to see. "Proceed," I said. "Herein is the Amontillado. As for Luchesi—" "He is an ignoramus," interrupted my friend, as he stepped unsteadily forward, while I followed immediately at his heels. In an instant he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more, and I had fettered him to the granite. In its surface were 2 iron staples, distant from each other by about 2 feet horizontally. From one of these depended a short chain, from the other a padlock. Throwing the links round his waist, it was but the work of a few seconds to secure it. He was much too astounded to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. "Pass your hand," I said, "over the wall, and you cannot help feeling the nitre. Indeed, it is very damp. Once more let me implore you to return. No? Then I must positively leave you. But I must first render you all the little attentions in my power." "The Amontillado!" ejaculated my friend, not yet recovered from his astonishment. "True," I replied, "the Amontillado." As I said these words, I busied myself among the pile of bones of which I have spoken. Throwing them aside, I soon uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. With these materials, and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche. I had scarcely laid the first tier of the masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had in great measure worn off. The earliest indication I had of this was a low, moaning cry from the depths of the recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man. There was then a long and obstinate silence. I laid the second tier, and the third, and the fourth, and then I heard the furious vibrations of the chain. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which, that I might hearken to it with the more satisfaction, I ceased my labors and sat down upon the bones. When at last the clanking subsided, I resumed the trowel, and finished without interruption the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh tiers. The wall was now nearly upon a level with my breast. I again paused, and holding the flambeau over the mason work, threw a few feeble rays upon the figure within. A succession of loud and shrill screams, bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained form, seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment I hesitated. I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope with it about the recess, but the thought of an instant it reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs, and felt satisfied. I reapproached the wall. I replied to the yells of him who clamored. I re-echoed. I aided. I surpassed them in volume and in strength. I did this, and the clamorer grew still. It was now midnight, and my task was drawing to a close. I had completed the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th tier. I had finished a portion of the last and the 11th. There remained but a single stone to be fitted and plastered in. I struggled with its weight. I placed it partially in its destined position. But now there came from out of the niche a low laugh that erected the hairs upon my head. It was succeeded by a sad voice, which I had difficulty in recognizing that of the noble Fortunato. The voice said, "A very good joke indeed, an excellent jest. We shall have many a rich laugh about it at the palazzo, over our wine." "The Amontillado," I said. "Yes, the Amontillado, but is it not getting late? Will they not be awaiting us at the palazzo, the Lady Fortunato and the rest? Let us be gone." "Yes," I said, "let us be gone." "For the love of God, Montresor!" "Yes, for the love of God!" But to these words I hearkened in vain for a reply. I grew impatient. I called aloud, "Fortunato!" No answer. I called again, "Fortunato!" No answer still. I thrust the torch through the remaining aperture and let it fall within. There came forth in reply only a jingling of the bells. My heart grew sick on account of the dampness of the catacombs. I hastened to make an end of my labor. I forced the last stone into its position. I plastered it up. Against the new masonry, I re-erected the old rampart of bones. For the half of a century, no mortal has disturbed them. In pace requiescat. End of the Cask of Amontillado.
The City of Blood, from Dreams and Dream Stories by Anna Kingsford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I dreamed that I was wandering along a narrow street of vast length, upon either hand of which was an unbroken line of high straight houses, their walls and doors resembling those of a prison. The atmosphere was dense and obscure, and the time seemed that of twilight. In the narrow line of sky visible far overhead between the two rows of house roofs, I could not discern sun, moon, or stars, or colour of any kind. All was grey, impenetrable, and dim. Underfoot, between the paving stones of the street, grass was springing. Nowhere was the least sign of life. The place seemed utterly deserted. I stood alone in the midst of profound silence and desolation. Silence, no. As I listened, there came to my ears from all sides, dully at first and almost imperceptibly, a low, creeping sound like subdued moaning, a sound that never ceased, and that was so native to the place. I had at first been unaware of it, but now I clearly gathered in the sound and recognized it as expressive of intensest physical suffering. Looking steadfastly towards one of the houses from which the most distinct of these sounds issued, I perceived a stream of blood slowly oozing out from beneath the door and trickling down into the street, staining the tufts of grass red here and there as it wound its way towards me. I glanced up and saw that the glass in the closed and barred windows of the house was flecked and splashed with the same horrible dye. "Someone has been murdered in this place," I cried, and flew towards the door. Then, for the first time, I perceived that the door had neither lock nor handle on the outside, but could be opened only from within. It had indeed the form and appearance of a door, but in every other respect it was solid and impassable as the walls themselves. In vain I searched for bell or knocker, or for some means of making entry into the house. I found only a scroll fastened with nails upon a crossbeam over the door, and upon it read the words, "This is the laboratory of a vivisector." As I read, the wailing sound redoubled in intensity, and the noise as of struggling made itself audible within, as though some new victim had been added to the first. I beat madly against the door with my hands and shrieked for help, but in vain. My dress was reddened with the blood upon the doorstep. In horror I looked down upon it, then turned and fled. As I passed along the street, the sounds around me grew and gathered volume, formulating themselves into distinct cries and bursts of frenzied sobbing. Upon the door of every house some scroll was attached, similar to that I had already seen. Upon one was inscribed, "Here is a husband murdering his wife." Upon another, "Here is a mother beating her child to death." Upon a third, "This is a slaughterhouse." Every door was impassable, every window was barred. The idea of interference from without was futile. Vainly I lifted my voice and cried for aid. The street was desolate as a graveyard. The only thing that moved about me was the stealthy blood that came creeping out from beneath the doors of these awful dwellings. Wild with horror, I fled along the street, seeking some outlet, the cries and moans pursuing me as I ran. At length the street abruptly ended in a high dead wall, the top of which was not discernible. It seemed indeed to be limitless in height. Upon this wall was written in great black letters, "There is no way out." Overwhelmed with despair and anguish, I fell upon the stones of the street, repeating aloud, "There is no way out." Hinton, January 1877. End of The City of Blood. Recording by Claudia Caldi.
The Chair by Dr. Harry E. Marinis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chair by Dr. Harry E. Marinis, former physician at Sing Sing Prison. The minute hand on my watch indicates 5:44 a.m. I am standing in a direct line with the chair. My gaze is directed to the left side of the room and down a short, narrow, heavily walled corridor that forms the communication between the condemned cells and the execution chamber. There are a number of guards standing quietly about, and on my right, back of a rope stretched across the room, sit the witnesses. There is a tension in the very air of the chamber. Absolute quiet prevails. A few seconds pass, eternally long they are. Then comes a sound, a muffled goodbye all. The sound reaches the ears of the witnesses, and involuntarily they straighten up on their stools. There is some scuffling of feet, and one witness, possibly a trifle more nervous than the rest, clears his throat. Everyone is now keenly alert.
I hear the chant of the priest, the response of the condemned man, the low, quavering, and broken response, "Have mercy on me." The little procession now enters the corridor. I see the condemned man, stocking-footed and with his right trouser leg flapping, grimly ludicrous, for it has been slit up to the knee in order to facilitate the application of the leg electrode. He is between the deputy warden and his assistant, each supporting an arm as they slowly enter the death chamber. At the sight of the fateful and fatal chair, the condemned man involuntarily shrinks back, but the guards are prepared for this, and their hold becomes a little firmer. There is no halt in their step, but 5 paces away, inanimate, portentous, and ominous, the chair. After the first sight, after that sharp, quivering intake of breath, the gaze of the condemned man shifts about the room. His expression haunts one. You feel that it is both all-seeing and unseeing. The fear of death, a definite emotion, is here portrayed in a fashion that but few have beheld. There is utter finality in that look. His eyes rest upon you. You feel that he sees you, but that you are simply one of the images in the general makeup of the last picture that is conveyed to his brain. There is no recognition in the glance, just a vague, hopeless, and apparently vacant stare, but one which you feel discerns the sharp outlines of the persons and objects in the room, without recognizing features or details. To me, that quick survey of his surroundings, that final glance of the unfortunate being on the very threshold of his meeting with his God, is the most harrowing of all the gruesome details connected with the administration of man-made law's decree. My watch indicates 5:45 a.m. The condemned man is seated in the chair. The guards work quickly, 2 at either side, and 1 at the head of the chair. The arm straps are buckled fast, the leg straps next, then the face strap, which has an opening for the chin, and the upper part of which mercifully blindfolds the eyes. The cap, a soft, pliable thing made of a fine copper mesh and lined with sponge, which has been moistened in salt water, is placed upon the head and molded to fit its contour. To a binding post on the cap is adjusted the heavy wire that conveys the terrific current from the dynamo in a distant part of the prison. To the bare right leg, another electrode is applied. A full minute has elapsed since I heard the goodbye all. The guards have completed their task. My notes now read, entered 5:44:10. Chair and strapped 5:45. Lamb of God, who taketh away the sins of the world, have mercy on me, chants the priest, and have mercy on me comes the broken, almost inaudible, and inarticulate response. I retain my position, notebook, and watch in my left hand. I am standing on the right side of, and in the same direct line with the chair. The chair and its occupant, the electrician and myself, form a right angle. I occupy the angle, for at the ends of the lines which make up that angle are the 2 things that demand my undivided attention, the electrician and the condemned. From my point of vantage, I can see both. My eyes are on the condemned man. I feel the eyes of the electrician upon me. I have a new, bright yellow pencil, freshly sharpened. It is quite necessary for my notes. I hold it vertically on my notebook and watch the occupant of the chair. The overwhelming mental tension, coupled with the knowledge of the proximity of death, has a fearsome reaction upon the chair's victim. With each rapid inspiration, there is a slight elevation of the shoulders, and as expiration takes place, the shoulders sag. This is the very instant I have awaited. The lungs are practically free from air. I drop my pencil quickly from the vertical toward the horizontal. There is a sudden click. The body in the chair straightens, and from the mouth comes a low, sibilant hiss. The straps creak, and you feel that if the straps should break, the body would be catapulted over the rope and amidst the witnesses. For 10 seconds, the high current of 1850 volts and 8 to 9 amperes is on. Then, for 40 seconds, the voltage is dropped to 200. During this period, the body sags perceptibly. At the end of 40 seconds, the current is again increased, and the body again straightens and strains against the straps. After the final 10 seconds of the fatal minute, the current is switched off. The body in the chair actually shrinks before your very eyes. I step up to the chair. A guard tears open the shirt and bares the chest. As I place my stethoscope over the heart, I am conscious that the body is intensely hot. I know from experience that the heat generated by the rapidity of the passage of the current has raised the temperature from subnormal to between 120 and 130 degrees. I hear a racing, tumultuous rat-a-tat-tat. Possibly I can count the heartbeats. I lift the face strap and with thumb and forefinger separate the lids. The eyes are glazed, but the pupils are small. I feel the great arteries in the neck. I continue to get a pulsation that tells me that the vital forces have not yet ceased. My notes now read: first contact, 1 minute, 5:45:10 to 5:46:10. I step off the rubber mat and nod to the electrician. The current is again thrown on, this time for 5 seconds. When I now listen over the heart, I am reminded of a clock that is running down. The heartbeats are fainter, they become slower, they commence to skip. I fail to feel the pulsation in the neck. There is a heavier glaze over the eyes. The pupils, small and contracted a moment before, are now widely dilated. The head rests on the shoulders, and the face is directed toward the chandelier with its many lights. But there is no reaction of the pupil. As the bright light strikes the eye, it remains wide and big. The muscles of the face are set, and saliva drools from the angles of the mouth. I again place my stethoscope upon the chest, but no sound reaches my ear. I listen for 5, for 10, for 20 seconds. There is nothing. All the vital reactions have disappeared. Physicians among the witnesses are invited to listen. They take their time, for there is no reason to hurry now. After the last one finishes, I make a final examination. It is as before, nothing. My notes now state: second contact, 5 seconds, 5:47, pronounced dead at 5:52. I turn toward the warden and say, I pronounce this man dead. The law has been obeyed. The general attitude of tenseness is relieved. The guards quickly unbuckle the straps and carry the body to the autopsy room, and after placing it upon the stone-topped table, begin to remove the clothes. The hum of conversation becomes general. The witnesses are departing. I commence the autopsy, feeling that my report will be autopsy upon the body of number, convicted of murder, 1st degree, and today executed at this prison, showed all organs and tissues to be normal. As I begin my long sweeping incision, the thought always strikes me. This must also be done because it is the law. And the invariable question comes, is it really the law, or is it to ensure the carrying out of the law? In other words, if the chair fails, the post-mortem succeeds. There is little left to tell. The evening papers will state that so-and-so, convicted of 1st-degree murder and sentenced to death, was electrocuted at Sing Sing prison early this morning. They will rehearse the gruesome history of the crime and will tell how the murderer, with firm step, entered the execution chamber at 5:44:10 a.m. and was strapped in the chair at 5:45 a.m. These details are quite correct. I can vouch for them, for I let the reporters take my notes, which are official, and they copy the data and embody it in their stories. They invariably dress up the first contact, however, so their stories read about like this. At 5:45:10, Warden Blank threw the switch, pressed the button, or dropped his handkerchief as a signal. It is always one of these three. Well, I'm rather glad that they credit it to the warden, and I really feel better that I and my new bright yellow pencil, freshly sharpened, have been overlooked. End of The Chair by Dr. Harry E. Marinis. Read by D. Searles. The Closing Hand by Farnsworth Wright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Closing Hand by Farnsworth Wright. Solitary and forbidding, the house stared, spectre-like, through scraggly trees that seemed to shrink from its touch. The green moss of decay lay on its dank roofs, and the windows, set in deep cavities, peered blindly at the world as if through eyeless sockets. So forbidding was its aspect that boys, on approaching its cheerless gables, stopped their whistling and passed on the opposite side of the street. Across the fields, a few huddled cottages gazed through the falling rain, as if wondering what family could be so bold as to take up its abode within the gloomy walls of that old mansion, whose carpetless floors for 2 years had not felt the tread of human feet. In an attic room of the house, 2 sisters lay in bed, but not asleep. The younger sister cringed under the dread inspired by the bleak place. The elder laughed at her childish fears, but the younger felt the spell of the old building and was afraid. I suppose there is really nothing to frighten me in this dreary old house, she admitted, without conviction in her voice. But the very feel of the place is horrible. Mother shouldn't have left us alone in this gruesome place. Stupid, her sister scolded. With all the silverware downstairs, somebody has to be here for fear of burglars. Oh, don't talk about burglars, pleaded the younger girl. I am afraid. I keep imagining I hear ghostly footsteps. Her sister laughed. Go to sleep, Goosey, she said. Haunted houses are nothing but superstition. They exist only in imagination. Why has nobody lived here for 2 years, then? They tell me that for 5 years every family moved out after being here just a short time. The whole atmosphere of the house is ghastly, and I can't forget how the older Berkheim girl was found stabbed to death in her bed, and nobody ever knew how it happened. Why, she may have been murdered in this very room. Go to sleep and don't scare yourself with such silly talk. Mother will be with us tomorrow night, and Dad will be back the next day. Now go to sleep. The elder sister soon dropped into slumber, but the younger lay open-eyed, staring into the black room and shuddering at every stifled scream of the wind or distant growl of thunder. She began to count, hoping to hypnotize herself into drowsiness, but at every slight noise she started and lost her count. Suddenly, she turned and shook her sister by the shoulder. Edith, somebody is prowling around downstairs, she whispered. Listen, oh, what shall we do? The elder sister struck a match and lit the candle. Then she slipped on her dressing gown and drew on her slippers. You're not going down there, Edith. Tell me you're not going downstairs. It might be that murdered Berkheim girl. Edith, don't. Edith shot a glance of withering scorn at her sister, who lay on the bed with blanched face and wide, terrified eyes. "There is something moving around downstairs, and I'm going to find out what it is," she said. Taking the candle, she left the room. Her younger sister lay in the darkness, listening to the pattering of rain on the roof and straining her ears to catch the slightest sound. The noise downstairs ceased, but the wind rose, and the rain beat upon the roof in sudden furious blasts that made her heart jump wildly. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes, and Edith had not returned. A door slammed, and the younger sister thought she heard something moving again, but the wind began to sob and drowned out all other noises. Between gusts, she heard the portentous sound, and each time it seemed nearer. Then she started as she realized that something was coming up the stairs. Once she thought she heard a cry, to which the wind joined its plaintive voice in a weird duet. Nearer and nearer the strange noise came. It mounted the stairs, step by step, heard only when the wind and rain softened their voices. It passed the first landing and moved slowly up the second flight, while the girl fearfully awaited its coming. The wind howled until the house quaked. It shrilled past the eaves and fled across the fields like a hunted ghost. And now the girl's pounding pulses drowned out the screaming of the wind, for the presence had invaded her bedroom. She cowered under the covers, a cold perspiration chilling her body until her teeth chattered. Her imagination conjured up frightful things. A disembodied spirit come to destroy her, a corpse from the grave, gibbering in terror because it could not tear the cerements from its face. The murdered Berkheim girl, with a knife still sheathed in her heart, or some escaped beast licking its lips in greedy anticipation of the feast her tremulous body would provide. Or was it a murderer who, having killed her sister, was now bent on completing his bloody work? A flash of lightning split the sky, and the thunder bellowed its terrifying warning. The girl threw back the bedclothes and shrank to the wall, her eyes starting from their sockets, fearful lest another flash reveal some sight too ghastly to contemplate. Slowly, the being dragged itself across the floor, lifted itself onto the bed, and uttered a choking sound of agony. The girl sat petrified. Then, timorously, she extended a shaky hand, but quickly withdrew it in dread of some hideous contact. Again, she thrust her trembling hand into the gloom, farther, until it touched something shaggy and wet. A clammy hand closed over hers, and she started to her feet with a horrified scream. The icy hand tightened with a sickening tremor and dragged her down. Then her tortured senses gave way, and she fell back unconscious upon the bed. When she awoke, it was day. Beside her, on the bed, lay the bleeding body of her sister, Edith, stabbed in the breast by the burglar she had tried to frighten away. The younger sister was clutching the clotted wisps of hair that had fallen across the breast of her sister, whose cold hand had closed over hers in the last convulsive shudder of death. End of The Closing Hand by Farnsworth Wright. Read by D. Searles.
Death Cell Visions by number 6606, Jack Boyle, from the American Magazine, September 1914. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Death Cell Visions by Jack Boyle, number 6606. The town is red hot, said K.Y. Lewis. And getting hotter, added Jimmy the Joke. There's a $5,000 reward for the arrest of one or all of us, gloomily from Cushion's Kid. Boston Blackie, their chief, took his pill of opium in a single draw and blew out the smoke reflectively. In the argot of thieves, a red-hot town is one in which outraged public sentiment has forced the apathetic police department to make a real effort to stop a crime wave. So the town's burning up, eh? Said Blackie. And there's a reward out for us, and that sack of diamonds buried down below. Well, what did you expect? Did you think the Chamber of Commerce was going to tender us a vote of thanks for cracking a safe in the busiest block of the main stem? Did you expect the mayor to invite us to a banquet? Of course the town's hot, and it's going to be hotter, as the joke said. From the tone the papers take, it looks as if it is up to the police chief to catch us or resign. That's just it, concurred Jimmy. They're currying this town for us with a fine-tooth comb. If they happen to spot this house, we all know what it means. We'll be lucky if even one of the four of us fights his way out alive. And you know, Blackie, that Pinkerton watchman got a good square look at you as you left the store. It's an even money that he's identified your mug in the Bertillon gallery. Don't you think it's time to play checkers and move first? A week before, a sensational diamond robbery in the heart of the city, following a long series of similar crimes, had aroused the entire town. Businessmen's associations met and passed resolutions. The newspaper printed double-column editorials bemoaning the inefficiency of the police department, and the harried chief of detectives put his entire force on the case, telling the men, with a curse, to go out and arrest the safe blowers or prepare to lose their wings, which, in police parlance, is to go back to patrolling a beat. Meanwhile, the four men responsible for the furor lay under cover in a furnished cottage they had rented in the suburbs. Inaction under fire is the final test of courage, and although any one of Blackie's mob would have unhesitatingly fought against any kind of odds until he dropped, the strain of endlessly doing nothing was telling on overstrung nerves. It's hard for the deer to lie quiet in the thicket and listen to the hunters tramping the woods round about, but the wise old buck does it and remains a deer instead of becoming venison, said Blackie slowly. It's that way with us. Of course we're in danger here, but if we start to travel, hundreds will see us every day, where not one gets a glimpse of us now. If they have identified my picture, which is possible, the alarm has been sent out all over the country. On any railroad train or street corner, we are liable to be tapped on the shoulder and turned to look down a gun barrel. I figure that there are nearly 40 chances of a pinch if we travel now, to 1 while we lie quiet here. I wouldn't mind swapping lead with a couple of coppers at that, boasted Cushions. He was rather afraid that his former remark had been taken as a reflection on his nerve. A quick wit beats a quick gun 9 times out of 10, son, returned Blackie in quiet censure. Remember that, and you're less likely to have a rope start you on your jolt underground. If I ever do have to go that route, it will satisfy my curiosity anyway, the boy bragged. I've always wondered what it was like to do time in the death cell. I've often dreamed that I was in one waiting to be topped, hanged. Maybe sometime I'll know. Blackie seized the pipe and passed it backward around the circle before another pill was smoked. It is the opium smoker's charm against ill luck of foolish boasting. If you're really so curious to know what it means to a man to be caged in a steel tank counting the days and hours of life that he has left, I'll tell you. It may keep you from burning powder too soon sometime. said the gray-haired cracksman, after a silence. He hesitated before continuing. It isn't a thing I ever talk about. I've tried for years to forget it, and haven't succeeded. But I'll tell you the story tonight. It may do us all good, the way we're fixed. I did 3 months in a death cell once, and had all but eaten my last meal when a reprieve came. All of Blackie's companions stared in astonishment. As closely as they had been associated with him for years, not one of them had ever heard of this new chapter in his eventful career. I was sentenced to death in the electric chair years ago, continued the speaker. I wasn't guilty, but that's not essential now. The coppers made out a good circumstantial case against me, and the jury brought in a death verdict. As I lie here now, I can feel again what I felt that day when they took me up to the old prison that I never expected to leave alive. Hurry up with a couple of pills, Jimmy. It gives me a habit whenever recalling that day and the others that followed. They are like a brand on the brain, something that can never be effaced. It was early summer. The sun was bright and warm and beautiful. There were birds and flowers everywhere outside the car windows. Inside, handcuffed to the seat, I leaned toward the window and saw children playing, men at work in the fields, farmers on laden truck wagons, city folks in automobiles. Everywhere there was life, and I was going to death. Everything my eyes saw was for the last time. I would never again look upon these simple everyday sights that now, since they were lost to me, for the first time seemed so deeply worthwhile. I remembered the executions I had read of in the papers. They had never impressed me very much. And now the thought came to me as a shock that my execution would mean as little to the outside world. They would read that I had died stoically, or cravenly, with a curse or a prayer on my lips, and forget me in the box score of the ball game. At the prison, all the preliminaries over, I was led across a beautifully flowered garden to the death house. I walked slowly beside the captain who had me in charge. I took a last look at the flowers and the sunshine, and then another, and still another. "That's right," said the old captain. "Take your time and get a good look around. It's your last chance, son." I shuddered and was ashamed of myself. Was I, who had always prided myself on my nerve, weakening already, with the day still weeks ahead of me? The heavy door of the death house opened, and we entered, and it closed behind us, blotting out the sunlight. I had said my last goodbye to life. I was glad it was over, for the strain was getting on my nerves. After being stripped and given new clothes, I was led down a corridor with cells on either side. Faces that seemed curiously yellow in the glare of the electric lights peered out at me from behind the curtains as we passed down the tier. There were 14 men there before me, all waiting, as I was, for one inevitable end. They put me in a cell with another condemned man. I threw my coat on the iron bunk and turned to look at him. His face was yellow like the others I had seen, and haggard. His eyes were bright and glowing, as if there were a flame behind. "When do you go away? What's your day?" he asked. "August 31st, I said. "My day too," he cried out. "We go away together. But maybe you've appealed, and will get a stay." The thought seemed to hurt him. "I don't have any money and couldn't appeal," I answered. "Oh, then we'll go away together. My appeal was denied last week." He seemed relieved. As soon as we had told our names, he commenced to tell me the news and gossip of our little world. For to men in the death cells, the whole world lies within the 4 walls that blot out forever that other world on the outside. A wife murderer was the next due to go away. He had refused to see the priest, and threw in the chaplain's face a Bible that had been sent to him. Another man, whose time also was nearly up, babbled secrets in his sleep, and was thought to be insane. "It is hard for a man in here to know whether or not he is sane," said my companion, looking at me intently. "Strange things happen in this place, things neither of us would ever believe on the outside. I'm glad they put you in with me. Either you will see what I see, or you won't. Either way, it will help me." "What do you see? I don't understand," I replied, puzzled. The suspicion that he was crazy grew in my mind. "You'll know soon enough," he answered, and dropped the subject. The long, monotonous days dragged wearily by. We were glad each time night came, and yet begrudged the loss of day. Each night left one day less of life for us. We read magazines, played checkers, tried novels, sang with the other condemned men, but no mental diversion ever removed the specter of the chair that waited at the end of the road we were traveling so swiftly. I remember one night I was reading an absorbingly interesting book. It was Père Goriot by Balzac. I read on and on, my eyes following the printed words on the page. My cellmate spoke to me, and I came out of my dream, realizing that for many pages I had not sensed one word I read. While my eyes traveled the lines of the book, my mind had been on the chair. I was wondering whether the cold, damp cap that was to be clamped over the shaven spot on my head would send a shiver through me that would be mistaken for cowardice. I threw down my book in disgust. "Pal," I said to my cellmate, "what's the use of lying to ourselves? Neither of us mentioned the chair aloud, but both of us are thinking about it every minute we are awake, and dreaming of it when we're asleep. What do you say if we quit pretending and talk about what's on our minds? It may help us pass the time." "You're on," he cried eagerly. "I've wanted to suggest it, but didn't know how you would take it." After that, we spent hours debating every imaginable phase of our approaching end. We recalled every printed account of an execution we had read. We argued the relative ease of death by hanging, by bullet, by electricity. We even made a sort of game of it in this way. I would say, "What will happen 11,520,000 times yet before we go?" You see, boys, I still remember even the figures after all these years. It was my cellmate's task to guess what I referred to. In this case, the answer was our heartbeats. Each of us vied with the other in inventing and computing these conundrums. Always we selected something in which the answer was some gigantic number, running into billions oftentimes. It seemed to push the chair further back into the future to have such an uncountable number of units of each kind between it and us. We used reams of paper figuring out how far an express train traveling 60 miles an hour would carry us in the days of life we had left. We estimated how far an ocean greyhound could take us in a round-the-world trip. We learned how fast the Earth travels, and worked out with painstaking accuracy the exact distance it would carry us through space before the day. We read a magazine article on a comet which was said to be traveling toward us at dizzying speed, and learned how many round trips to the moon we had time still to make if we could travel with it. We made a table showing how many heartbeats and how many breaths were left us at the end of each of our rapidly dwindling number of days. And all this helped us to pass the time and keep down the ever-increasing mental tension. The wife murderer's day came. The night before, he refused to sleep, preferring the long torture of consciousness rather than to lose one of his precious minutes in insensibility. All night long we sang for him from cell to cell, hymns, ragtime, popular airs, everything. I recited The Girl with the Blue Velvet Band and Frankie and Johnny, but the old songs many of us had learned in childhood pleased best. Finally dawn came, and the curtains were dropped before our cells, and at last they led the doomed human creature out through the door from behind which no one ever returns. The chair was within 20 feet of one of the walls of our cell, and although we listened, dry-lipped and trembling, after the death party passed out, no sound came to relieve the strain of the frightful silence. It was on the day that the second man was electrocuted after my arrival that my cell partner broke down. After the last chorus of goodbyes had been shouted as the death party passed down the tier, the door closed behind them. That terrible, unbreakable silence that seemed the very embodiment of death itself was upon us. We could have heard a pin drop at the furthest end of the cell house. Each of us was picturing that hidden scene so close behind us in the execution room, and each of us saw himself in the chair. At last somebody coughed. The sound was like a blow. My partner cried out hysterically and tore at the wall with his fingernails. I picked him up in my arms and laid him on his cot, where he lay sobbing like a child. "Blackie," he cried, I can't face going to the chair knowing what lies beyond it for me." "It's hard, all right, partner," I said, "but what can't be helped must be borne, and none of us knows what comes after the chair. Maybe it's peaceful sleep. Anyway, you and I will find out together. We'll share whatever lies over there." No, we won't. That's just it," he sobbed, his voice rising in fear. "You haven't been hounded by his face like I have. You haven't even seen him, and he's been here many times since you came. His face will be waiting for me after the chair. That is what frightens me. I don't believe in God. I've tried, but I can't. But I do believe in what I can see, and every night the eyes tell me plainer than words that I shall have to face him when the chair had done its work." "Crazy as a bat," I said to myself, and tried to quiet him. But he babbled on and on about the face that had come and stared at him at night with menacing, unmoving eyes. It was the face of his partner whom he killed, he said. My bunk lay with its head toward the corner where the face appeared, he told me. He asked me to move it and watch with him for this thing that terrified him so frightfully. Of course, I knew the man was insane, but I humored him. Blackie smoked a pill and motioned for an extra one before he spoke again. The others twisted uneasily on the pallet. "Remember what I said in commencing?" the smoker went on in low tones. "I myself saw what I am going to tell. It was strange, there in the death cell, where mystery hangs like a fog all about. Told here before the four of us, in this daylight room, it seems unbelievable, and yet it is true. I know, for I saw it. Well, that night we lay awake, talking, and I kept trying to cheer up my cell partner, for he was terribly shaken, and I knew that there would be a frightful scene when the day came if he didn't regain his nerve. The lights in the cell went out, but those in the corridor shone through the barred door almost as brightly. The far wall of the cell was in shadow. Anywhere else there was light enough to read by. I don't know what time it was. Not late, anyway. There had been a silence between us for many minutes. Suddenly, my comrade reached out and caught my hand in his, like a frightened child seeking protection from something. His fingernails sank into my flesh until they brought the blood. "Look, look," he whispered from behind teeth that clinked like castanets. "See, he's coming." I looked where he pointed with shaking forefinger. At first I saw nothing. Then, so gradually that the transition was scarcely perceptible, the dark stone wall before us seemed to grow luminescent near the center. It was like nothing I had ever seen. It was as if the light came through the wall from behind, faint but unmistakable. I stared. Slowly, a change began near the center of the frame of light. Two spots more luminous than the rest appeared. They looked like eyes. My God, they were eyes! The outlines of the head grew visible. Then the face filled in around them. Icy perspiration ran in streams from my forehead. I wanted to, but could not turn my eyes away. At last, a whole face was there. A human face, with stern, menacing eyes that looked straight at my companion, cowering beside me. The threat in the eyes pierced like a knife. There was not the slightest movement, not a flicker of an eyelash. In the terrible steadiness of the gaze, there was unutterable hatred and irresistible power. And then, as I stared, it might have been minutes, it may have been hours later, I don't know, the outlines of the head blurred and faded. The light that shone through the wall dimmed, and I found myself murmuring a prayer of thankfulness as I stared at the stone wall, which was once again its familiar self. My companion turned toward me, a face blue-white with emotion. After many trials, he managed to articulate. You saw it, Blackie? Now, tell me, was I right?" I nodded. I couldn't speak. "Did you ever see the picture of the man I killed?" I shook my head. "Then write, he cried. "Write now, a description of that face, as if it were a man you had met." I did as he wished, without understanding what he intended to do. As I wrote, blood splashed down on the paper. I looked at my hand. It was gashed to the bone by my partner's fingernails. I hadn't known it till then. When I finished, he rushed to the box in which he kept his letters and papers. Flinging them on the floor in his haste, he finally found a clipping from a newspaper. There was a photograph in the center of the page, and he handed it to me. It was a picture of the face I had seen on the wall. Every feature was there, absolutely unchanged and unmistakable, except the eyes. In the picture, these were more kindly. I have told you what they were like as they stared at us from the wall. My partner read aloud the description of the face I had written. With the picture before me, I could not have improved it. I had described accurately the face of a man I had never seen except in that damnable vision. "You know now, Blackie, why I'm afraid to go away. It isn't the chair that terrifies me. It's what comes after," my partner said. He was calmer now than I. "You read the message in his eyes?" I was too stunned and paralyzed with surprise and fear to talk or even think. That I, Boston Blackie, should have seen such an impossible, miraculous sight in a place where human trickery was obviously out of the question, staggered my reason. The barriers of unbelief were swept away by the certainty that I had seen proofs of the one unsolved mystery. I was like a little child beginning all over again to build up new beliefs on the ruins of those convictions which, until then, had been certainties to me. There was not an hour of sleep for either of us men in the cell that night of horror. The following day my partner's wife came to visit him. It was next to her last visit. Our time had dwindled away now to something less than 20 days. A heavy wire screen kept her back from the cell door, but though she could not touch him, they could talk freely. She was a wonderful woman, of the same type as Three-Fingered Mac's wife, of whom I told you once. She was a firm believer in a life somewhere beyond the grave, where there was no such thing as sorrow and crime, and where those who had loved in this world met again in peace and happiness. Like a mother talking to a little child, this woman, with tears streaming down her face, sought to force the comfort of her faith on the unbelieving mind of the doomed man she loved. Each strained against the intervening steel that kept them from even so little as a handclasp. If there were ministers who could plead as that woman did, maybe there would be fewer men like us. But there never will be. A woman where her love is involved is inspired. She's more than human. She begged him in the name of their love to have faith that the chair meant only a reunion for them, a reunion where there would be no barred doors, no suffering, no sin, no death. "We'll meet each other there, my husband," she said. "If only—" "Mary," he interrupted, "if I thought the chair would bring us together again any time, anywhere, I would long for the day to come. But I can't believe it. I can't believe you will be given to me ever again. That will be my punishment. Someone is waiting for me there, though." Then he told her for the first time about the face of the murdered man as it appeared to him. His wife's face brightened as he explained. The light of some new and wonderful resolve shone in her eyes. She pressed her face to the wire netting and whispered to him like a mother. "Dear, dear boy," she said, "you have solved everything for us. Thank God you told me in time. You believe in that face you can see. You shall have my faith too. When the time comes, you shall go knowing that it is to join one who loves you, not hates." The guard came to say that her visit time was up. "Come closer so I can see your face once more, my dear, dear one," she said. "I want to see you smile again, as you used to in the little house we both loved so. Don't fret or worry. I will save you from all your fears. God has shown me the way. Goodbye, my love, for a little while. A very little while." Bravely, she kissed her hand, stretched it out toward him, and was hurried away by the assistant guard. That night, the face appeared on the wall again, exactly as before. The following night it came again, and so the night after we came to watch for it with a fearful fascination. The hateful eyes stared out at us as menacingly as ever. My partner, who had been cheered temporarily by his brave little woman's confidence, fell into a terrible state of fear and hopelessness. It was awful for me to contemplate what I feared would happen on the last morning. On the 10th day before we were due to go away, the warden personally brought a letter to my cellmate. It was very unusual. His manner, too, was strangely constrained. "Read this letter," he said. "It's from your wife. I've got some news for you. I'm sorry." My partner held it up before his eyes, but his nervous hands let it slip to the floor. He motioned to me to read it to him. As I lie down here now, I can see every word of the letter as clearly as I did that morning. It was only a few lines. "My darling, when you read this, I shall have solved the problem for both of us. I shall have taken the one certain way to prove to you that my faith in the future, somewhere together, is surely true. Don't sorrow for me. I am happier as I write this than I have been since trouble came to us. Before you face the last ordeal, you will know, as I know, that it ends our separation forever. I have prayed that this knowledge may come to you, and it will. I shall be waiting for you. Don't fear to come to your Mary." The man looked at the warden with terrible fear in his face. She's... He couldn't speak the word. Yes, my boy, she's dead, the official answered. Happened sometime last night. An overdose of morphine, they say. Her husband dropped on his bunk in a swoon that looked like death to me. I hoped it was. It would have been easier and quicker. They sent the doctor up and finally brought him back to consciousness. It's a strange thing that they will do anything at all to stave off death until they can kill you in their own way. The rest of the day was one that I still have to force out of my memory. I don't intend to put those hours of agony into words. It seemed almost as much a catastrophe to me as it did to her husband that the brave little woman who had cheered us only a few short days ago should now be gone forever. Hours passed, and night came, and neither of us knew it. The warden sent a flask of whiskey, but it laid untouched on the floor. It must have been very late when we caught, both together, the first glimmer of light on the dark stone wall. We clung together like scared children. I'm not ashamed to tell it. Slowly it grew in the way that was now familiar to us. The cold eyes appeared, the head, the whole face. Once again we stared at the vision of the murdered man. And then, as we looked, came a transition. The unchanging eyes seemed to soften. The hatred died out. The contour of the face altered. The lines of the head melted into curvy waves of hair, and before our eyes on that wall we saw the face of the dead woman, my partner's wife. He fell on his knees, stretching out his arms to her. Her eyes, kind and loving and happy, looked straight into his, giving, as the others had done, a strange message that was plainer than spoken words. The kneeling man's eyes fixed with a sudden great hope. "Mary, Mary, my wife," he called. "I understand. I believe. I'll come to you glad and unafraid." The vision faded and was gone. He leapt to his feet. "Blackie," he cried, seizing my hands and clasping my shoulder in the ecstasy of his newfound hope and belief. "She's waiting for me. It's true, all true. We're going to be together again. I wish I could go to the chair tomorrow. No, now, this minute. I can't wait. Mary has saved me." No man has ever gone to the chair as that fellow did. Instead of fearing and begrudging the flying hours, he checked them off eagerly, impatiently, like a boy waiting for a long-expected holiday. Perfect peace and trust were in his heart. He was the one happy man I ever knew or heard in the death cell. And when the day finally came, they told me he marched down the corridor and through the little door, with a happy smile on his face and perfect love and trust in his eyes. That, boys, is what a woman's love did for that man. Cushions was very white, the others more solemn than usual, as Blackie finished. "Thank you, Blackie, for catching my arm when I started to draw my gun on the Pinkerton that night," the boy said reverently. "All I've told you tonight flashed through my mind in the second in which I decided to risk talk instead of lead," answered the gray-haired opium smoker. "It has saved me several times in similar moments of peril. That's why I told you the story. I felt I ought to." The heavy opium smoke all but hid the far walls of the room, but the men smoked on. The pipe passed round and round the circle many times. "Did any priest or scientist ever try to explain what you saw, Blackie?" asked Jimmy at last, as though there was no break in the conversation. "No one ever had the chance. I never told anyone but you three," was the answer. "I read once, though, that some professor laid an occurrence somewhat similar to what he called hypnotic thought suggestion between two overstrained minds. That's rubbish, though. I know what I saw. How did you beat the chair? Asked Jimmy, voicing the question each had been eager to ask. The man who really killed the Jew came through with the truth, answered Blackie. He wasn't such a rat after all. He was safe in Lima, Peru, and he wrote a letter confessing his guilt and telling that the gun he used was hidden in a hollow oak just outside the house where the Jew was killed. Its disappearance was one of the mysteries of the case. He gave its number and told where he bought it in a pawn shop. There was a lot of other corroborative detail in the letter, and the district attorney, after an investigation, was convinced that I was innocent. He laid the letter before the governor, who commuted my life imprisonment. I can still feel the sunshine on my face as it felt on that morning when I left the death cell for the open prison yard. 6 months later, the governor was convinced I was innocent, and he gave me a pardon. I left the prison determined to live straight. I was young then, but here I am, gray-haired and still a thief. How did you come to turn back? Asked Cushions eagerly. Blackie sighed. That's another and longer story, son. Sometime, maybe I'll tell you. Boys, we've all had enough hop. Smother the lamp, Jimmy. The end of Death Cell Visions by number 6606, Jack Boyle.
Death Makes a Mistake by William P. McGivern. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Death Makes a Mistake by William P. McGivern. Read by Quartertone. When Reggie Van Fiddler sauntered into the cool, somber depths of the Midland Club's lobby, he was feeling in an exceptionally amiable mood. There was a song in his heart and a bland, dreamy, vague smile on his long, narrow face. This state of blissful tranquility could be attributed to the fact that Reggie's tan and white shoes were taking him directly toward the club bar, where he planned to while away the day sipping various long, cool drinks. And Reggie was always happy when the immediate future held the prospects of a drink. He nodded brightly to a uniformed attendant. "Glorious morning, isn't he?" he said. "It was a glorious morning," the attendant corrected politely. Reggie looked blankly at a clock on the wall, and a puzzled frown spread over his equine features. "Well, well," he muttered, shaking his head. "How'd that happen?" He sauntered on toward the bar, nibbling at a hangnail. The morning had slipped away from him somehow. Here it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon already. It was quite a blow. He remembered then that he had slept until 12:30, and he brightened considerably. That explained it. Whistling merrily, he strode on into the dim, cool bar with its heavy brown fixtures and solid atmosphere of masculinity. The bartender set up his usual drink, and with knowledge born of long experience, immediately began the preparation of a second. Reggie sipped his drink and relaxed. For several moments he stood at the bar, lazily contented, his brain slowed to about 1 revolution per minute. Finally, he happened to glance toward the end of the bar, and he noticed a small, dark, narrow-eyed man watching him closely. Reggie smiled uncertainly and returned to his drink. The dark man at the end of the bar was the only other customer, and Reggie knew that he was not a member of the club, for he had never seen him before in his life. Reggie finished his drink, and when the bartender set another before him, he glanced again toward the end of the bar. The little dark man was still there, regarding him, it seemed, with a steady, fixed stare. Reggie coughed nervously and gulped his drink. There was something in the dark little man's beady-eyed gaze that disturbed him. He had another quick drink and peeked from the corner of his eye at the little dark man. There was something sinister about the chap, he felt sure. Reggie was the owner of an extremely lurid imagination, and now, warmed by the glow of alcohol, he began to envision all sorts of wild possibilities. After his fourth drink, he was certain that the man was an Axis agent. Just why an Axis agent would be staring at him he had no idea, but he felt sure the man was a Nazi. Reggie finished his drink and set the glass on the bar. Then he casually sauntered toward the door. A few paces from the room's only exit, he paused, and under the pretense of inspecting a faded spot print on the wall, he sneaked a quick glance at the dark little man. The dark little man was still staring at him with narrowed, shaded eyes. Reggie yawned ostentatiously and inched closer to the door. He was going to make a break for it, but it would have to be fast and clever. His heart was pounding with more gusto than usual, and there were bright spots of excitement in his pale cheeks. This new role of dodging the Gestapo appealed enormously to his comic strip sense of melodrama. Headlines popped before his mind's eye. "Reggie Van Fiddler makes escape." From what he was going to escape, he wasn't quite sure, but he felt that the details would be in the body of the news story. Headlines didn't tell everything, did they? Within a foot of the door, he turned casually and took one last look at the little man who was staring so intently at him. Then, with a sudden slithering motion, he slipped through the door. He collided heavily with a small figure. "I'm sorry," he stammered. "I'm in a bit of a hurry." He turned and started away, but he had barely taken 3 strides when he jerked to a stop. An expression of dazed amazement stole over his face, and his sleepy eyes opened wide. Wheeling suddenly, he stared back at the small figure he had collided with. The man was still standing in the corridor that led from the bar, regarding Reggie with a fixed, thoughtful expression. And he was the same dark little man Reggie had left inside the bar room seconds before. Reggie gulped audibly. His Adam's apple bobbed in his throat like a mouse in a sock. How had the dark little man gotten out of the bar ahead of him? Reggie didn't know, and he had no inclination to wait and ask questions. With one last incredulous look over his shoulder, he wheeled and loped across the lobby, down the marble steps, through the club's revolving doors, and into the street. He walked swiftly, mopping his forehead with his handkerchief. The experience had been an unnerving one. When he reached the end of the block, he hailed a cab and gave the driver the address of another bar. As the cab rolled across the loop, Reggie settled back and gnawed nervously at his fingernails. Thoughtful meditation and analysis were not his strongest suits. In fact, any thinking at all was an annoying chore to him, but he felt now that he had better bend his brain to the problem of the dark little man whom he'd seen at the club. The chap was obviously interested in him, but why? There was no reasonable answer to that question, and there was no explanation to the way the little fellow had popped up outside the bar when Reggie had seen him a split second before inside the bar. Reggie was still stewing over these matters when the cab came to a stop before a swanky glitter joint which catered to afternoon revelers and jitterbugs of both sexes. Inside the smoky, dimly lighted den of din and discord, Reggie forgot his troubles long enough to order a drink, his 5th of the afternoon. He was conscious of a vague buzzing between his ears, and there was a pleasant mellow glow in the region of his solar plexus. Had it not been for his disturbing experience at the Midland Club, he would have been feeling very, very fine. When his drink arrived, he sipped it appreciatively and glanced about the crowded bar, looking for a familiar face. In one corner of the room he saw a tall young man in tweeds lounging against the wall with a drink in his hand. With a glad cry, Reggie scrambled from his bar stool and lurched across the crowded floor, weaving his way with drunken dexterity through the jitterbugging maniacs. "Hi!" he cried when he reached the tweed-clad young man's side. "How've you been, Ricky? Have a drink?" "Been fine," the young man answered. "Got a drink. Name isn't Ricky." "Not Ricky?" Reggie shook his head, frowning. "Could have sworn you were good old Ricky Davis, chap I knew at school. Well, how are things?" "Good," the young man answered. "Have a drink?" "Got one," Reggie said. "Got to go now. It's been nice seeing you again, Ricky." He started to weave his way back to the bar. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes focusing in fascination on the figure of a man at the bar, a man who had appropriated the seat which Reggie had vacated. The man was small and dark. His eyes were narrow and inscrutable. He was the same person Reggie had seen at the club. The breath left Reggie's lungs in a rush. Obviously, the man had followed him here. As he stood, transfixed, in the middle of the floor, the man turned and looked straight at him, a peculiar thoughtful expression on his dark face. After studying Reggie for a long interval, he turned slowly back to the bar. Reggie swallowed what was left of his drink in one gulp, but the liquor had no effect on him. After the shock he'd received, it would take liquid dynamite to bolster him up. He reeled back to the tall young man who was leaning against the wall. "Ricky!" he cried hoarsely. "I'm being followed! Axis agents are after me!" "Name isn't Ricky," the tall young man said. "Why?" "Why what?" Reggie said blankly. He seemed to have fumbled the conversational ball. He wished the young man would speak with more clarity and add a few articles and pronouns to his sentences. "Why are they following you?" the young man said peevishly. "Nothing better to do?" "That's just it," Reggie said. "I don't know why I'm being followed, but everywhere I go this little man sticks to me like a postage stamp." "Where is he now?" Reggie pointed dramatically at the dark little man. "At the bar. He took the stool I left. He's right between that fat old man and that young girl with the red hair." The tweed-clad young man stared in the direction of Reggie's pointing finger, then he frowned and glanced down at Reggie. "Any pink elephants yet?" "I'm not drunk," Reggie said indignantly. "That man has been following me like a conga partner all afternoon." The tall young man patted Reggie patiently on the shoulder. "Sleep and rest will make a new man of you," he said. "Go home. Go to bed. You've got hallucinations." "Hallucinations!" Reggie cried over the din of the orchestra. "What do you mean? Don't you see the man I mean? Right between the fat old man and the girl with the red hair?" The tweedish young man shook his head. "The stool between the fat old man and the red-haired girl is completely unoccupied," he said in the patient voice of a man instructing a very young child. Reggie shook his head bewilderedly. There was a sudden cold hollow in the pit of his stomach. He opened and closed his mouth several times without producing a sound. "Are you serious?" he finally managed to gasp. "Certainly," the young man answered. "There's no one on the bar stool you left. You're just seeing things. Take my advice and go home. You've had too much giggle water." Reggie set his drink down hastily. For a long, deliberate moment he studied the back of the dark little man at the bar. Then he shook his head dazedly. Maybe this was all some wild product of his imagination. Maybe he was having hallucinations. He shook his head again, and then he shook hands with the young man in the tweed suit. "I'm going home, Ricky," he said firmly. "Say hello to the gang for me." "Name isn't Ricky," the young man said, sipping from his drink. "But I'll tell the boys you were asking." "Good," Reggie said. He left the crowded bar by the back entrance. The warm sunshine was pleasant and reassuring. People hurried past him, traffic surged in the streets, and everything was quite normal. He breathed a deep sigh and hailed a cab. He gave the driver the address of his apartment and then settled back against the soft leather cushions. Sleep was all he needed. That was all. When he reached his apartment on the near north side, he had succeeded in convincing himself that his peculiar experiences of the afternoon were only products of his fevered imagination. As he let himself into his apartment, he had firmly resolved to strictly ration his reading of comic strips and spy magazines. They were pretty strong meat if they weren't handled with discretion. The pleasantly furnished living room of his apartment was shrouded in late afternoon semi-darkness, and when he closed and locked the door behind him, he switched on the lights. The first thing he saw when he walked into the room was the little dark man whom he'd seen at the club and at the bar a few minutes previously. The dark little man was sitting in a straight chair, his hands resting on his knees. There was a faint smile on his face as he studied Reggie with calm, inscrutable eyes. Reggie staggered back a few steps, clapping one hand hysterically to his forehead. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had left this man at a bar in the Loop, but here he was now, sitting calmly and unconcernedly in the living room of his apartment. "How did you get in here?" he gasped. The dark little man stood up and smiled.
"Is that important?"
he asked softly.
"I am here, and that is all that matters."
Reggie swallowed loudly. There was something disturbing about the calm ambiguity of the man's statement. He rubbed his damp palms together nervously. "Can I get you a drink?" he blurted. The dark little man shook his head slowly. Reggie looked at him uneasily, noticing him in detail for the first time. He was small, hardly more than 5'2", and he was slenderly built. His hair was jet black, and it combed straight back from a high, delicate forehead. He wore severely tailored black clothes that fit his small frame without a wrinkle. But his eyes dominated his entire personality, for they were a cold, chilling black, lusterless and unwinking, as unrevealing as twin diamonds. Reggie shivered slightly and looked wistfully toward the door of the apartment. He coughed nervously. "Sorry to seem rude," he said, laughing weakly, "but I've got to be toddling off now. It's been nice, running into you. There are magazines on the table, liquor in the icebox, so just make yourself at home." He backed cautiously toward the door, smiling nervously. "Don't wait up for me," he said.
"Wait," the dark little man said quietly. "I must talk with you."
"Some other time," Reggie said, feeling behind him for the doorknob. "Awfully rushed just now. Sorry, but—"
"Wait,"
the little man said again, but this time his voice cracked like a whip.
"Didn't you hear me? I must talk with you."
Reggie jumped at the cracking tone of the man's voice. His hand jerked away from the doorknob as if it were red hot. "Oh, you want to talk to me?" he said foolishly. "I didn't understand you."
"My name," the little man said, "is—"
He paused and smiled cryptically.
"Demise."
"Glad to know you," Reggie said. "My name is—"
"I know your name," Mr. Demise said. "I know everything about you, Reginald Van Fiddler. I know things about you that you don't know yourself."
"Do you now?" Reggie said, becoming interested in spite of himself. "For instance?"
"I know that you are about to take a long trip," Mr. Demise said.
"That's not news," Reggie said. "My draft board just classified me 1A. I'll be taking a long trip very shortly."
"That is not the trip I am referring to," Mr. Demise said. "You are going on a trip with me."
Reggie blinked. He couldn't think of anyone with whom he would rather not take a trip than this dark, sinister little man who called himself Mr. Demise. What did demise mean, anyway? "It's nice of you and all that," he said, "but I don't think I'll be able to make it. My draft board might not like it."
"They will understand," Mr. Demise said.
"I don't know about that," Reggie said. He was beginning really to worry. There was something damnably inevitable about Mr. Demise's calm statements. "They're pretty ticklish about such things. I think we'd better forget the whole idea."
"That is impossible,"
Mr. Demise said. Reggie rubbed his moist palms on his trouser legs. "Who are you?" he asked hesitantly. "Have you been following me around all day just to sell me on the idea of a trip? Are you from Cook's Tours?" Mr. Demise smiled and shook his head.
"I am not interested in selling you the idea of a trip. I am simply telling you that you are going on a trip. I have already made all the arrangements. There is nothing that can possibly change them."
"Where am I going?" Reggie asked. His voice was a whisper.
"With me,"
Mr. Demise said. "That's no answer," Reggie said, clutching at straws. "Who are you? Where are you going?" Mr. Demise smiled again, very faintly. He walked slowly to the mantelpiece and plucked a rose from a vase. His hand gently closed over the flower as he turned to face Reggie.
"Perhaps this will answer your questions,"
he said softly. He opened his hand and dropped the flower to the floor at Reggie's feet. Reggie's eyes widened in sheer amazement, for the soft, glowing beauty of the flower was faded forever. It lay on the floor, a blackened, dead reminder of its former glory. "It's dead," he said incredulously. "It withered at the touch of your hand." Mr. Demise nodded slowly, and there was a wistful sadness in his face.
"All living things die at my touch," he said, "for I am death."
"Death!" Reggie echoed. For an instant he stared blankly at Mr. Demise. "Death!" he repeated. "Why, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard." He actually felt a sensation of relief in the realization that he'd been entertaining some loony instead of an Axis agent, as he'd feared. "You're off your trolley," he said to Mr. Demise. "You'd better get moving before your keeper finds you. Death! What a gag!"
"I assure you it is not a gag," Mr. Demise said slowly. "Your time is near at hand, and I have been sent to take you to the land of darkness."
"Think again, chum," Reggie said emphatically. "I'm not going to Harlem with you or anyone else, and that's final."
"It is useless to protest," Mr. Demise said. "Your destiny is sealed. You must come with me."
"You are plain balmy," Reggie said. "I've never heard a sillier yarn in my life. So you're Death, are you?" Mr. Demise nodded.
"I am one of his agents."
"Changing your story a little, aren't you?" Reggie said triumphantly. "Well, since when has death been announced by personal messengers? A man steps in front of a car, he's killed. That's all there is to it. There aren't little black men standing on the curb pushing him into the street, are there? And they don't come around a couple of hours in advance tipping him off, do they? No."
"When a mortal passes over," Mr. Demise said, "there is always an agent of death present superintending the details. But he is not always visible to his charge."
Reggie poured himself a drink and lit a cigarette. "Well, thanks just the same," he said, "but I don't want any special effects when I pass over. If there's a messenger of death around, I don't want to see him. Just let him stay invisible. That's the way I want it." Mr. Demise looked slightly pained. There was an embarrassed look on his normally expressionless features.
"Usually, the agent of death is invisible," he said. "In fact, his orders are to remain invisible under all circumstances."
"Okay, then," Reggie said. "You're breaking orders. Be a nice, obedient chum now and fade away." Mr. Demise shrugged and stepped backwards, and suddenly he was gone. He had disappeared into thin air, soundlessly, instantaneously. "Why, what?" Reggie said blandly. He started to sip his drink, when suddenly the full realization of what had happened burst on him. The drink fell from his nerveless fingers with a crash. He stared frantically about the room. Mr. Demise was gone. It was incredible. It was unbelievable. But it was a fact. He poured himself another drink and drained it in one breathless gulp. He felt his reason tottering as his gaze swung desperately about the room. "Mr. Demise!" he cried. "Come back! Where are you?"
"I am here before you,"
Mr. Demise's voice sounded in the air.
"Are you convinced now?"
Reggie mopped his forehead weakly. "Yes," he gasped. "I'm convinced." Mr. Demise reappeared as suddenly as he had vanished. He smiled faintly at Reggie. He was apparently completely unruffled by his transformation. Reggie poured himself another drink with trembling fingers. "Don't do that anymore," he pleaded.
"As you wish," Mr. Demise said agreeably. "I am sorry if I shocked you. I can see now that it was a mistake to let you see me in the first place. I understand now why it is strictly forbidden."
Reggie drained his drink. "I wish you hadn't decided to break regulations," he said moodily. "I've never been so upset in all my life. Why didn't you remain invisible if you're supposed to? You aren't going to creep into people's hearts if you pop up and announce yourself as an agent of death and start making speeches about whisking them off to the land of darkness. People just don't like that sort of thing. By all means, stay invisible in the future." Mr. Demise shuffled awkwardly, and for the first time his poise seemed to desert him.
"You're absolutely right," he said gloomily. "But I was curious."
"That's a fine excuse," Reggie said scathingly. "I should think they'd get a man of tact and diplomacy for your job, not some nosy person whose curiosity runs away with him."
"You see,"
Mr. Demise explained miserably,
"you happen to be my first assignment. I've had no experience at all in this work, and I was curious to see what kind of person I was going to take back with me. And I wanted to get a first-hand reaction from you."
Reggie mixed himself another drink. He was beginning to feel belligerent. "So," he cried, "they sent an amateur down to get me, did they? I suppose I don't rate an experienced escort, so they sent you. I'm surprised they didn't just tell the office boy to do the job."
"Your levity is poor taste,"
Mr. Demise observed frigidly.
"I can assure you that I am perfectly qualified to act as your guide to the other world. I have studied hard to perfect myself for my work, and I was considered one of the outstanding pupils in the class which just graduated. You do not have to relieve your spite by making slighting references to my professional ability."
"Bah!" Reggie said. "If you have any professional ability, it hasn't been noticeable so far. You're just out of some college, aren't you? You talk like a college boy. You don't make sense." Mr. Demise looked hurt.
"I'm sorry you're taking this attitude," he said. "I had hoped we could be friends."
"Friends?" Reggie shrieked. "Am I expected to be friendly with some ghoul who comes prowling around, threatening to whisk me off to eternity? What more do they expect of me? To pay my own way, too, I suppose?"
"Your passage will be taken care of at the other end," Mr. Demise said. "Since you have taken such an ungracious stand, we will not dally further."
"Now, wait a minute," Reggie said. He felt his throat getting dry. The prospects of death were not pleasant. He didn't want to die right now. He had things to do. There was that badminton match next week with Snuffy Smith. "Can't we put this thing off a while?" he asked hopefully. "There's no sense in rushing things, I always say. Why don't you go off and get yourself a lot of experience, and then come back for me?"
"That is impossible,"
Mr. Demise said flatly. He drew from his inside coat pocket a slim black book, which he opened to the first page.
"You are first on my list, and I must carry out my orders to the letter. All the information as to person, place, and method is contained in this book, and it would be impossible to change it."
"Place and method, eh?" Reggie said weakly. He ran a finger around the inside of his collar. "You mean you've got the dope there on how it's going to happen and when it's going to happen?"
"Certainly," Mr. Demise replied. "We don't use a hit-or-miss method. Everything is worked out to a science. You, for instance, are—"
Mr. Demise paused and shook his head.
"No," he continued, "I can't tell you. That is also against instructions."
"You haven't paid much attention to instructions so far," Reggie said sulkily. "Can't you give me a hint as to how I'm going to get it?" Mr. Demise shook his head firmly.
"That would be an unthinkable breach of conduct," he said, shaking his head severely and frowning. "Absolutely unthinkable."
"All right," Reggie said resignedly. There was no point, he realized, in arguing with this inhuman icicle. "But let's have a drink before we get down to, business."
"I am not allowed to drink while on duty,"
Mr. Demise said primly. "For gosh sakes," Reggie said disgustedly. "You weren't thinking about your precious orders and regulations when you followed me around scaring the hell out of me. Oh no, that was all right. But when I ask you to do a little something outside the letter of your instructions, it's no soap. If there's anything fair in that, I can't see it." Mr. Demise shuffled uncomfortably.
"It was indiscreet of me to allow you to see me," he said thoughtfully. "Perhaps your objection is justifiable. It might square things a bit if I would take a drink with you. Not that I would expect to enjoy this stuff, but it seems the fair thing to do.
Fine, Reggie said. He mixed 2 drinks in somber silence. Because he realized that it was probably the last time he would ever perform that pleasant chore, he put his heart and soul into the task, and when he finally handed Mr. Demise his drink, it was a veritable masterpiece. Mr. Demise drank the drink, it was a double martini with a splash of Cointreau, in one long appreciative gulp. He set the glass down and sighed contentedly. "Another?" Reggie suggested hopefully.
"No," Mr. Demise said. "One is plenty. As a matter of fact," he said, "that's the first drink I've ever had. Alcohol is one of our finest helpers, but we aren't supposed to touch it. Personally, I think its intoxicating effect is greatly overrated."
Reggie leaned forward, and there was a peculiar gleam in his eyes. "So that was your first drink, eh?" he asked. "And you don't feel anything?"
"Not a thing," said Mr. Demise. "Of course, I notice a certain glow, but that's all."
"Just a certain glow, eh?" Reggie said.
"That's all,"
Mr. Demise said. He sat down suddenly.
"And my tongue is a little thick."
"Well, that's only natural," Reggie said. He mixed another drink, and there was a cryptic smile on his lips. "Alcohol is a peculiar thing. One drink will addle a person's wits, and the second will act as an antidote. Strange, isn't it?" Mr. Demise rocked slightly in the chair. His coal-black eyes were a bit glazed.
"It's very strange,"
he conceded. "Possibly you'd like to try the antidote?" Reggie said casually.
"Might not be a bad idea,"
said Mr. Demise. Reggie handed him the second drink and watched contentedly as Mr. Demise drank it down. Mr. Demise set down the glass.
"You was right,"
he said, slumping against the back of the chair.
"Absolutely right. Second drink is an antidote. Just what I needed."
"Absolutely," Reggie agreed solemnly. Mr. Demise closed his eyes, but he opened them almost immediately. He struggled up to a sitting position.
"I have something to do,"
he muttered. His hand groped into the inside of his coat, returned with a slim black book.
"Very important,"
he mumbled.
"First assignment. Can't have any slip-ups."
Reggie moistened his lips nervously. He eyed the little black book carefully. That might be the way. "How about another drink, old boy?" he said heartily. He mixed one quickly, handed it to Mr. Demise. Mr. Demise took it in his left hand, and Reggie deftly plucked the black book from his right hand. Mr. Demise appeared not to notice the exchange. He drank the drink methodically. Reggie tossed the book under a coffee table. Mr. Demise climbed unsteadily to his feet. Reggie took him by the arm. "What say we go out and have a few antidotes?" he suggested. Mr. Demise nodded stupidly. He mumbled something unintelligible and allowed Reggie to lead him to the door. Reggie's brain was working at full speed. If he could just ditch Mr. Demise and get back to the book, everything might be saved. His idea was sheer brilliance. Their first destination was a bar. Reggie found a cab, shoved Mr. Demise inside, and ordered the driver to one of the dozens of friendly bars with which she was familiar. At the first stop, Mr. Demise had 2 more drinks. When he had drained the second, Reggie hauled him to his feet and started for another pallet palace. His object was to keep Mr. Demise so bewildered and drunk that he would forget his job. For a while he succeeded. Mr. Demise followed him helplessly from bar to bar and sat tottering on high stools, happily pouring fiery intoxicants into his already overburdened stomach. But finally he reached a state of saturation where the liquor produced a steadily diminishing effect. Reggie watched him worriedly and ordered more and more drinks. But it was no use. In spite of the enormous quantities of liquor he had consumed, Mr. Demise was slowly sobering up. His face was losing its blank expression, and an intelligent gleam was creeping back into his eyes. He began to fumble uncertainly through his pockets, a worried expression settling over his features. Reggie slapped him on the back resoundingly. "Have a drink!" he shouted into his ear. Mr. Demise shook his head stubbornly.
"Got a job to do,"
he muttered. He went slowly through his pockets, and an expression of horror replaced the worried look on his face.
"Where's my book?" he gasped. "I've lost my book. This is terrible. I've got to find it."
"What book?" Reggie asked innocently.
"The book with all the names and places and dates and methods,"
Mr. Demise moaned.
"I've lost it."
Reggie shrugged philosophically. "Too bad," he said. "But things are never as black as they seem. Maybe it'll turn up somewhere. The first thing to do is just sit tight until someone finds it and reports it."
"I can't wait,"
wailed Mr. Demise.
"These things have to happen on schedule. There'd be an awful rumpus in the complaint department if I started sending people up there haphazardly. And I don't even remember whom I've got on the list. You're the only one I'm sure of."
Reggie choked on his drink.
"Yes,"
Mr. Demise went on obliviously.
"You're the first. I'm sure of that much. And I'd better send you along right away. I'll do that much correctly, at least."
"Now, just a minute," Reggie said. "How are you sure you've got me right? I looked at that book, and I don't think I'm the man you want at all."
"You looked at the book!"
cried Mr. Demise with sudden suspicion.
"So that's where it went. That's why you got me drunk. You stole my book, hoping to evade your destiny, didn't you?"
"Nothing of the sort," Reggie said, forcing a note of outraged indignation into his voice.
"Yes, you did," Mr. Demise said. "I'm not going to wait a second longer in your case. Mr. Fiddler, prepare yourself for a long trip, and don't plan on coming back."
Reggie realized that the jig was up. Mr. Demise had a grim, businesslike note in his voice, and there was no hope of prolonging things further. Drastic action was needed, not discussion. With a leap like a startled gazelle, Reggie left his stool and bounded for the door. Before Mr. Demise could turn around, he was in the street, shouting frantically for a cab. A cab pulled to the curb, and Reggie leaped into its dark interior. Over his shoulder, he saw Mr. Demise stagger from the bar, a wrathful expression stamped on his dark features. The cab started away with a roar. Reggie shouted his address at the driver and squirmed about to peek out the rear window. He saw Mr. Demise clambering into another cab. "Hurry!" he shouted to the driver.
"Life or death, eh?"
the cabbie said conversationally. Reggie winced. "You said it!" The cab caromed around corners, hit the outer drive, and hurled along like a frightened cottontail until it reached the near north side, where it swung west and sped through the labyrinthine streets that led to Reggie's apartment. From the rear window, Reggie could see Mr. Demise's cab speeding after them, steadily closing the gap. His palms were moist, and the effects of the liquor had completely faded, leaving him horribly sober. There was nothing funny about this predicament. His cab jolted to a stop, and Reggie threw a bill at the driver and leaped out and raced into the foyer of his building. By a miraculous stroke of luck, the elevator was not in use. He slammed the door and jabbed the button, and the car started upward with a jerk. He breathed a long, shuddering sigh of relief. Maybe there would yet be time. The elevator stopped at his floor. Just as he opened the door and stepped out, the elevator suddenly dropped back down the shaft. One of his legs dangled down the shaft. With a startled squawk, he pulled himself onto the floor landing. Mr. Demise obviously meant business. If he'd been in that elevator, everything would be all over now. As it was, he still had a chance. He let himself into his apartment, switched on the light, and dove underneath the coffee table. The Black Book of Doom was still there. Frantically, Reggie opened it to the first page, found his own name. He jerked a pencil from his pocket. He was still scribbling furiously when the door of the apartment banged open and Mr. Demise strode into the room, his face black as a thundercloud. Reggie dropped the pencil and hid the book from view with his body.
"So,"
Mr. Demise cried,
"you would try to escape?"
He raised both hands commandingly in the air. Before he could move again, Reggie wheeled about. "Just a minute!" he shrieked. He held out the slim black book to Mr. Demise. "I was sure a mistake had been made. Here, look for yourself."
"I want no more of your tricks,"
Mr. Demise warned ominously. "This is no trick," Reggie said. "You should be grateful to me for catching the error in time." Mr. Demise took the book from Reggie and examined it carefully. The frown gradually faded from his face as his eyes lingered on the page. He shuffled his feet awkwardly and cleared his throat.
"It seems,"
he said in a small, chastened voice,
"that a mistake has been made."
Reggie's heart pounded with hope. "It certainly has," he said. "This entire affair should be reported to someone. That's what happens when you put inexperienced men on the job. You wind up with a bungled mess."
"I don't know how it happened,"
Mr. Demise said miserably.
"All I can say is I'm sorry."
"Fine thing," Reggie said stuffily. "Mess up your job like this, and then say you're sorry. I'd advise, Demise, that you lay off the liquor when you're supposed to be working."
"I will in the future,"
Mr. Demise said humbly. "See that you do," Reggie said sternly. "Now I'd say you'd better get to work on that first assignment."
"Yes, I will,"
Mr. Demise said. With drooping shoulders, he moved slowly to the door. With his hand on the knob, he turned again to Reggie.
"I hate to be a pest," he said, "but I'm afraid I don't know how to go about this job. Maybe you could help me. Where can I find this fellow?"
Reggie chuckled and began to mix himself a drink. "I'd advise you to try Berchtesgaden," he said. "Just ask anyone you meet. They'll tell you where you can find Adolf Hitler."
"Thank you,"
Mr. Demise said gratefully.
"I won't slip up on this one."
"See that you don't," Reggie said. End of Death Makes a Mistake by William P. McGivern.
The Lost Race by Robert E. Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Cecil, May 2023. Colerook glanced about him and hastened his pace. He was no coward, but he did not like this place. Tall trees rose all about, their sullen branches shutting out the sunlight. The dim trail led in and out among them, sometimes skirting the edge of a ravine, where Colerook could graze down at the treetops beneath. Occasionally, through a rift in the forest, he could see a way to the forbidding hills that hinted of the ranges, much farther to the west, that were the mountains of Cornwall. In those mountains, the bandit chief, Baruch the Cruel, was supposed to lurk, to descend upon such victims as might pass that way. Colerook shifted his grip on his spear and quickened his step. His haste was due not only to the menace of the outlaws, but also to the fact that he wished once more to be in his native land. He had been on a secret mission to the wild Cornish tribesmen, and though he had been more or less successful, he was impatient to be out of their inhospitable country. It had been a long, wearisome trip, and he still had nearly the whole of Britain to traverse. He threw a glance of aversion about him. He longed for the pleasant woodlands, the scampering deer and chirping birds to which he was used. He longed for the tall, white cliff where the blue sea lapped merrily. The forest through which he was passing seemed uninhabited. There were no birds, no animals, nor had he seen a sign of a human habitation. His comrades still lingered in the savage court of the Cornish king, enjoying his crude hospitality, in no hurry to be away. But Colerook was not content, so he had left them to follow at their leisure, and had set out alone. Rather a fine figure of a man, Colerook, some 6 feet in height, strongly though leanly built. He was with grey eyes, a pure Briton, but not pure Celt, his long yellow hair revealing in him all his race, a trace of Belgae. He was clad in skilfully dressed deerskin, for the Celts had not yet perfected the coarse cloth which they had made. The most of the race preferred the hides of deer. He was armed with a long bow of yew wood, made with no skill but with efficient weapon, a long bronze broadsword with a buckskin sheath, a long bronze dagger, and a small round shield rimmed with a band of bronze and covered with tough buffalo hide. A crude bronze helmet was on his head. Faint devices were painted on woad in his arms and cheeks. His beardless face was of the highest type of Briton, clear, straightforward, the shrewd, practical determination of the Nordic mingling with the reckless courage and dreamy artistry of the Celt. So Coraruck strode the forest path warily, ready to flee or fight, but preferring to do neither just then. The trail led away from the ravine, disappearing around a great tree, and from the other side of the tree, Coraruck heard sounds of conflict. Gliding warily forward and wondering whether he should see some of the elves and dwarves that were reputed to haunt these woodlands, he peered around the great tree. A few feet from him he saw a strange tableau. Backed against another tree stood a large wolf, at bay, blood trickling from gashes about his shoulders, while before him, crouching for a spring, the warrior saw a great panther. Coraruck wondered at the cause of the battle. Not often the lords of the forest met in warfare, and he was puzzled by the gnarls of the great cat. Savage, bloodlusting, yet they held a strange note of fear, and the beast seemed hesitant to spring in. Just why Coraruck chose to take the part of the wolf, he himself could not have said. Doubtless it was just the reckless chivalry of the Celt in him, and admiration for the dauntless attitude of the wolf against his far more powerful foe. Be that as it may, Coraruck, characteristically forgetting his bow and taking the more reckless course, drew his sword and leaped in front of the panther. But he had no chance to use it. The panther, whose nerve appeared to be already somewhat shaken, uttered a startled screech and disappeared among the trees so quickly that Coraruck wondered if he had really seen a panther. He turned to the wolf, wondering if it would leap upon him. It was watching him, half crouching. Slowly it stepped away from the tree, and still watching him, backed away a few yards, then turned and made off with a strange, shambling gait. As the warrior watched it vanish into the forest, an uncanny feeling came over him. He had seen many wolves. He had hunted them and had been hunted by them, but he had never seen such a wolf before. He hesitated and walked warily after the wolf, following the tracks that were plainly defined in the soft loam. He did not hasten, being merely content to follow the tracks. After a short distance he stopped short, the hairs on his neck seeming to bristle. Only the tracks of the hind feet showed. The wolf was walking erect. He glanced about him. There was no sound. The forest was silent. He felt an impulse to turn and put as much territory behind him and the mystery as possible, but his Celtic curiosity would not allow it. He followed the trail, and it ceased altogether. Beneath a great tree the tracks vanished. Coraruck felt the cold sweat on his forehead. What kind of place was this forest? Was he being led astray and eluded by some inhuman supernatural monster of the woodlands who sought to ensnare him? And Coraruck backed away, his sword lifted, his courage not allowing him to run, but greatly desiring to do so. And so he came again to the tree where he had first seen the wolf. The trail had followed led away from it and in another direction, and Coraruck took it up, almost running in his haste to get out of the vicinity of the wolf, who walked on two legs and then vanished in the air. The trail wound about more tediously than ever, appearing and disappearing within a few dozen feet. But it was well for Coraruck that it did, for thus he heard the voices of the men coming up the path before he saw them. He took to a tall tree that branched over the trail, lying close to the great bole along a wide-flung branch. 3 men were coming down the forest path. One was a big, burly fellow, vastly over 6 feet in height, with a long red beard and a great mop of red hair. In contrast, his eyes were a beady black. He was dressed in deerskins and armed with a greatsword. One of the 2 others was a lanky, villainous-looking scoundrel with only one eye, and the other was a small, wizened man who squinted hideously with both beady eyes. Coraruck knew them by descriptions the Cornishman had made between curses, and it was in his excitement to get a better view of the most villainous murderer in Britain that he slipped from the tree branch and plunged to the ground directly between them. He was up on the instant, his sword out. He could expect no mercy, for he knew that the red-haired man was Baruch, the cruel, the scourge of Cornwall. The bandit chief bellowed a foul curse and whipped out his greatsword. He avoided the Briton's furious thrust by a swift backward leap, and then the battle was on. Baruch brushed the warrior from the front, striving to beat him down by sheer weight, while the lanky one-eyed villain slipped around, trying to get behind him. The smaller man had retreated to the edge of the forest. The fine art of the fence was unknown to those early swordsmen. It was hack, slash, stab, the full weight of the arm behind each blow. The terrific blows crashed on his shield, beat Koruk to the ground, and the lanky one-eyed villain rushed in to finish him. Koruk spun about without rising, cut the bandit's legs from under him and stabbed him as he fell, then threw himself to one side and to his feet in time to avoid Baruch's sword, again driving his shield up to catch the bandit's sword in midair. He deflected it and whirled his own with all his power. Baruch's head flew from his shoulders. Then Koruk, turning, saw the wizened bandit scurry into the forest. He scurried after him, but the fellow had disappeared among the trees. Knowing the uselessness of attempting to pursue him, Koruk turned and raced down the trail. He did not know if there were more bandits in that direction, but he did know that if he expected to get out of the forest at all, he would have to do it swiftly. Without doubt, the villain who had escaped would have all the other bandits out, and soon they would be beating the woodlands for him. After running for some distance down the path and seeing no sign of any enemy, he stopped and climbed into the utmost branches of a tall tree that towered above its fellows. On all sides he seemed surrounded by a leafy ocean. To the west he could see the hills he had avoided. To the north, far in the distance, other hills rose. To the south, the forest ran an unbroken sea. But to the east, far away, he could barely see the line that marked the thinning out of the forest into the fertile plains. Miles and miles away, he knew not how many, but meant more pleasant travel, villages of men, people of his own race. He was surprised that he was able to see that far, but the tree in which he stood was a giant of its kind. Before he started to descend, he glanced about nearer at hand. He could trace the faintly marked lines of the trail lie now following, running away into the east, and could make out other trails leading into it, or away from it. Then a glint caught his eye. He fixed his gaze on a glade some distance down the trail, and saw presently a party of men enter and vanish. Here and there on every trail he caught glances of the glint of accoutrements, the waving of foliage, so the squinting villain had already roused the bandits. They were all around him. He was virtually surrounded. A faintly heard burst of savage yells from back up the trail startled him, so they had already thrown a cordon around the place of his flight and had found him gone. He had not fled swiftly. He would have been caught. He was outside the cordon, but the bandits were all about him. Swiftly he slipped from the tree and glided into the forest. Then began the most exciting hunt Koruk had ever engaged in, for he was the hunted and men were the hunters. Gliding and slipping from bush to bush and from tree to tree, now running swiftly, now crouching in a covert, Koruk fled ever eastward, not daring to turn back lest he be driven further back into the forest. At times he was forced to turn his course. In fact, he very seldom fled in a straight course, yet always he managed to work further eastward. Sometimes he crouched in bushes, or lie among some leafy branch, and saw bandits pass so close to him that they could have touched him. Once or twice they sighted him, and he fled, bounding over logs and bushes, darting in and out among the trees, and always he eluded them. It was one of those headlong flights that he noticed he had entered a small defile of small bills, of which he had been unaware, and looking back over his shoulder, he saw that his pursuers had halted, within full sight. Without pausing to ruminate on so strange a thing, he darted about a great boulder, felt a vine or something catch his foot, and was thrown headlong. Simultaneously, something struck the youth's head, knocking him senseless. When Koruk recovered his senses, he found that he was bound hand and foot. He was being borne along over rough ground. He looked about him. Men carried him on their shoulders, but such men he had never seen before. Scarce above 4 feet stood the tallest, and they were small of build and very dark of complexion. Their eyes were black, and most of them stooped forward as if from a lifetime spent in crouching and hiding. Peering furtively on all sides, they were armed with small bows, arrows, and spears, daggers, all pointed, not with crudely worked bronze, but with flint and obsidian. Of the finest workmanship, they were dressed in fine hides of rabbits and other small animals, and a kind of coarse cloth. and many were tattooed from head to foot in ochre and woad. There were perhaps 20 in all. What sort of men were they? Koruk had never seen the like. They were going down a ravine, on both sides which steep cliffs rose. Presently they seemed to come to a blank wall, where the ravine appeared to come to an abrupt stop. Here, at a word from one who seemed to be in command, they set the Briton down, and seizing hold of a large boulder, drew it to one side. A small cavern was exposed, seeming to vanish away into the earth. Then the strange men picked up the Briton and moved forward. Colebrooke's hair bristled at the thought of being borne into that forbidding-looking cave. What manner of men were they? In all Britain and Alba, in Cornwall or Ireland, Colebrooke had never seen such men, small dwarfish men, who dwelt in the earth. Cold sweat broke out on the youth's forehead. Surely they were the malevolent dwarves of whom the Cornish people had spoken, who dwelled in their caverns by day, and by night sallied forth to steal and burn dwellings, even slaying if the opportunity arose. You will hear of them even today if you journey to Cornwall. The men or elves that such wore bore him into the cavern, others entering and drawing the boulder back into place. For a moment all was darkness, and then torches began to glow, a way off, and at a shout they moved on. Other men of the caves came forward with the torches. Colebrooke looked about him. The torches shed a vague glow over the scene. Sometimes one, sometimes another wall of the cave showed for an instant, and the Briton was vaguely aware that they were covered with paintings, crudely done, yet with a certain skill of his own race could not equal. But always the roof remained unseen. Colebrooke knew that the seemingly small cavern had merged into a cave of surprising size. Though the vague light of the torches, the strange people moved, came and went, silently like shadows of the dim past. He felt the cords or thongs that bound his feet loosen. He was lifted upright. "Walk straight ahead," said a voice, speaking the language of his own race, and he felt a spear point touch the back of his neck. And straight ahead he walked, feeling his sandals scrape on the stone floor of the cave, until he came to a place where the floor tilted upward. The pitch was steep, and the stone was so slippery that Colebrooke could not have climbed it alone. But his captors pushed him and pulled him, and he saw that long, strong vines were strung from somewhere at the top. Those the men seized, and bracing their feet against the slippery ascent, went up swiftly. Then their feet found level surface again. The cave made a turn, and Colebrooke blundered out into a firelit scene that made him gasp. The cave debouched into a cavern so vast as to be almost incredible. The highly mighty walls swept up into a great arched roof that vanished into the darkness. A level floor lay between them, and though it flowed a river, an underground river. From under one wall it flowed to silently vanishing under the other. An arched stone bridge, seemingly of natural make, spanned the current. All around the walls of the great cavern, which was roughly circular, there were smaller caves, which before each glowed a fire. Higher up were other caves, regularly arranged tier on tier. Surely human men could not have built such a city. In and out among the caves, on the level floor of the main cavern, people were going about what seemed daily tasks. Men were talking together and mending weapons. Some were fishing from the river. Women were replenishing fires, preparing garments, and altogether it might have been just any other village in Britain, to judge from their occupations. But it all struck Colebrooke as extremely unreal. The strange place, the small, silent people going about their tasks, the river flowing silently through it all. Then they came aware of the prisoner and flocked about him. There was none of the shouting, abuse, and indignities such as savages usually heap upon their captives, as the small men drew about Colebrooke, silently eyeing him with malevolent, wolfish stares. The warrior shuddered in spite of himself, but his captors pushed through the throng, driving the Briton before them. Close to the bank of the river, they stopped and drew away from around him. Two great fires leaped and flickered in front of him, and there was something between them. He focused his gaze and presently made out the object. A high stone seat like a throne, and in it seated an aged man with a long white beard, silent, motionless, but with black eyes that gleamed like a wolf's. The ancient was clothed in some sort of a single flowing garment. One claw-like hand rested on the seat near him, skinny, crooked fingers with talons like a hawk's. The other hand was hidden among his garments. The firelight danced and flickered. Now the old man stood out clearly, his hooked beak-like nose and long beard thrown into bold relief. Now he seemed to be recede until he was invisible to the gaze of the Briton, except for his glittering eyes. "Speak, Briton!" The words came suddenly, strong, clear, without a hint of age. Speak what ye would say. Koruk, taken aback, stammered and said, Why, what manner of people are you? Why have you taken me prisoner? Are you elves? We are Pyats, said the stern reply. Pyats! Koruk had heard tales of those ancient people from the Gaelic Britons. Some said they were still lurking in the hills of Celeria. But I have fought Pyats in Caledonia, the Briton protested. They are short but massive and misshapen, not like you at all. They are not true Pyats, came the stern retort. Look about you, Briton, with the wave of an arm. You see the remnants of a vanishing race, a race that once ruled Britain from sea to sea. The Britons stared, bewildered. Hearken, Briton, the voice continued. Hearken, barbarian, while I tell you the tale of a lost race. The firelight flickered and danced, throwing vague reflections on high, towering walls and on the rushing, silent current. The ancient's voice echoed through the mighty cavern. Our people came from the south, over the islands, over the inland sea, over the snow-topped mountains, where some remained, to stay any enemies who might fall. Down into the fertile plains we came. Over all the land we spread. We became wealthy and prosperous. Then 2 kings arose in the land, and he who conquered drove out the conquered. So many of us made boats and set sail for the far-off cliffs that gleamed white in the sunlight. We found a fair land with fertile plains. We found a race of red-haired barbarians who dwelt in caves, mighty giants of great bodies and small minds. We built our huts of wattle. We tilled the soil. We cleared the forest. We drove the red-haired giants back into the forest. Further, we drove them back until at last they fled to the mountains of the west and the mountains of the north. We were rich. We were prosperous. Then, and his voice thrilled with rage and hate, until it seemed to reverberate through the cavern, then the Celts came. From the isles of the west. In their rude coracles they came. In the west they landed, but they were not satisfied with the west. They marched eastward and seized the fertile plains. We fought. They were stronger. They were fierce fighters, and they were armed with weapons of bronze, whereas we had only weapons of flint. We were driven out. They enslaved us. They drove us into the forest. Some of us fled into the mountains of the west. Many fled into the mountains of the north. There they mingled with the red-haired giants we drove out so long ago, and became a race of monstrous dwarves, losing all the arts of peace and gaining only the ability to fight. But some of us swore that we would never leave the land we had fought for. But the Celts pressed us. There were many, and more came. So we took to caverns, to ravines, to caves. We, who had always dwelt in huts that let in much light, who had always tilled the soil, we learned to dwell like beasts in caves where no sunlight ever entered. Caves we found, of which this is the greatest, caves we made. You, Britain, the voice came as a shriek, and long arm was outstretched in accusation. You and your race. You have made a free, prosperous nation into a race of earth rats. We who never fled, who dwelt in the air and the sunlight, close by the sea where traders came. We must flee like hunted beasts and burrow like moles. But at night, then for our vengeance. Then we slip from our hiding places, from our ravines and our caves, and torch daggers. Look, Britain, and following the gesture, Koruk saw a rounded post of some kind, of very hard wood, set in a niche in the stone floor, close to the bank. The floor about the niche was charred as if by old fires. Koruk stared, uncomprehending. Indeed, he understood little of what had passed. These people were even human. He was not at all certain. He had heard so much of them as little people. Tales of their doings, their hatred of the races of mankind, their maliciousness, flocked back to him. Yet he knew that he was gazing on one of the mysteries of the ages. That the tales which the ancient Gauls told of the Pyats, already warped, would become even more warped from age to age, to result in tales of elves, dwarves, trolls, and fairies, at first accepted and then rejected entire by the race of man, just as the Neanderthal monsters resulted in tales of goblins and ogres. But of that Koruk knew neither, nor cared, and the ancient was speaking again. There, Britain, exulted he, pointing to the post. There you shall pay, a scant payment for the debt your race owes mine, but to the fullest of your extent. The old man's exultation would have been fiendish except for a certain high purpose in his face. He was sincere. He believed that he was only taking just vengeance, and he seemed like some great patriot for a mighty lost cause. But I am a Briton, stammered Koruk. It was not my people that drove your race into exile. They were Gauls from Ireland. I am a Briton, and my race came from Gallia only 100 years ago. We conquered the Gauls and drove them into Erin, Wales, and Caledonia, even as they drove your race. No matter, the ancient chief was on his feet. A Celt is a Celt, Briton or Gaul. It makes no difference. Had it not been Gaul, it would have been Britain. Every Celt who falls into our hands must pay, be it warrior or woman, babe or king. Seize him and bind him to the post. In an instant, Kororuk was bound to the post, and he saw with horror the Piets piling wood about his feet. When you are sufficiently burned, Briton, said the ancient, this dagger that has drunk the blood of 100 Britons shall quench its thirst in yours. But never have I harmed a Piet, Kororuk gasped, struggling with his bonds. You pay not for what you did, but for what your race has done, answered the ancient sternly. Well, do I remember the deeds of the Celts when they first landed in Britain? The shrieks of the slaughtered, the screams of ravished girls, and the smokes of burning villages, the plundering. Kororuk felt his short hairs bristle. Then the Celts landed on Britain. That was over 500 years ago. And his Celtic curiosity would not let him keep still, even at the stake with the Piets preparing to light firewood piled about him. You could not remember that. That was ages ago. The ancient looked at him somberly. And I am age old. In my youth I was a witch finder, and an old woman witch cursed me as she writhed at the stake. She said I should live until the last child of the Pictish race had passed, that I should see the once mighty nation go down into oblivion, and then, and only then, should I follow it, for she put upon me the curse of life everlasting. Then his voice rose until it filled the cavern. But the curse was nothing. Words can do no harm, can do nothing to a man. I live. 100 generations have I seen come and go, and yet another 100. What is time? The sun rises and sets, and another day was passed into oblivion. Men watch the sun and set their lives by it. They league themselves on every hand with time. They count the minutes that race them into eternity. Man outlived the centuries ere he began to reckon time. Time is man-made. Eternity is the work of the gods. In this cavern there is no such thing as time. There are no stars, no sun. Without its time, within its eternity, we count not time. Nothing marks the speeding of the hours. The youths go forth. They see the sun, the stars. They reckon time, and they pass. I was a young man when I entered this cavern, and I have never left it. As you reckon time, I may have dwelt here 1,000 years, or an hour. When not banded by time, the soul, the mind, call it what you will, call and conquer the body. And the wise men of the race in my youth knew more than the outer world will ever learn. When I feel that my body begins to weaken, I take the magi draft. That is known only to me, of all the world. It does not give immortality. That is the work of the mind alone, but it rebuilds the body. The race of the Piets vanish. They fade like snow on the mountain, and when the last is gone, this dagger shall free me from the world. Then in a swift change of tone, light the faggots! Kororuk's mind was fairly reeling. He did not in the least understand what he had just heard. He was positive that he was going mad, and what he had saw the next minute assured him of it. Through the throng came a wolf, and he knew what it was, the wolf whom he had rescued from the panther close by the ravine in the forest. Strange how long ago and far away that seemed. Yes, it was the same wolf, that same strange shambling gait. Then the thing stood erect and raised its front feet to its head. What nameless horror was that? Then the wolf's head fell back, disclosing the man's face, the face of a Piet, one of the first werewolves. The man stepped out of the wolfskin and strode forward, calling something. A Piet, just starting to light the wood about the Briton's feet, drew back the torch and hesitated. The wolf-picked stepped forward and began to speak to the chief, using Celtic, evidently for the prisoner's benefit. Kororuk was surprised to hear so many speak his language, not reflecting upon its comparative simplicity and the abilities of the Piets. "Who is this?" asked the Piet who had played wolf. "A man is to be burned and should not be? How?" exclaimed the old man fiercely, clutching his long beard. "Who are you to go against a custom of old age antiquity?" "I met a panther," answered the other, "and this Briton risked his life to save mine. Shall a Piet show ingratitude?" And as the ancient hesitated, evidently pulled away by his fanatical lust for revenge, and the other by his equally fierce racial pride, the Piot burst into a wild flight of oration, carried on in his own language. At last the ancient chief nodded. A Piot ever paid his debts, said he with impressive grandeur. Never a Piot forgets. Unbind him. No Celt shall ever say that a Piot showed ingratitude. Corrook was released, and as like a man in a daze, he tried to stammer his thanks. The chief waved him aside. A Piot never forgets a foe, ever remembers a friendly deed, he replied. Come, murmured his Pictish friend, tugging at the Celt's arm. He led the way into a cave leading away from the main cavern. As they went, Corrook looked back to see the ancient chief seated upon his stone throne, his eyes gleaming as he seemed to gaze back through the lost glories of the ages. On each hand the fires leaped and flickered, a figure of grandeur, the king of a lost race, and on Corrook's guide led him, and at last they emerged, and the Briton saw the starlit sky above him. In that way is the village of your tribesmen, said the Piot, pointing, where you will find a welcome until you wish you had taken your journey anew. And he pressed gifts on the Celt, gifts of garments of cloth and finely worked deerskin, beaded belts, a fine horn bow with arrows skillfully tipped with obsidian, gifts of food. His own weapons were returned to him. But an instant, said the Briton, as the Piot turned to go. I followed your tracks in the forest. They vanished. There was a question in his voice. The Piot laughed softly. I leaped into the branches of the tree. Had you looked up, you would have seen me. If ever you wish a friend, you will ever find one in Barua, chief among the Alban Piots. He turned and vanished, and Corrook strode through the moonlit toward the Celtic village. The End. The Lost Race by Robert E. Howard. Narrated by J. Cecil. May 2023.
The Curse of Yig by Zelia Brown Reed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganand. The Curse of Yig by Zelia Brown Reed. In 1925, I went into Oklahoma looking for snake lore, and I came out with a fear of snakes that will last me the rest of my life. I admit it is foolish, since there are natural explanations for everything I saw and heard, but it masters me nonetheless. If the old story had been all there was to it, I would not have been so badly shaken. My work as an American Indian ethnologist has hardened me to all kinds of extravagant legendary, and I know that simple white people can beat the Redskins at their own game when it comes to fanciful inventions. But I can't forget what I saw with my own eyes at the insane asylum in Guthrie. I called it the asylum because a few of the oldest settlers told me I would find something important there. Neither Indians nor white men would discuss the snake god legends I had come to trace. The oil boom newcomers, of course, knew nothing of such matters, and the red men and old pioneers were plainly frightened when I spoke to them. Not more than 6 or 7 people mentioned the asylum, and those who did were careful to talk in whispers. But the whisperers said that Dr. McNeil could show me a very terrible relic and tell me all I wanted to know. He could explain why Yig, the half-human father of serpents, is a shunned and feared object in central Oklahoma, and why old settlers shiver at the secret Indian orgies which make the autumn days and nights hideous with the ceaseless beating of tom-toms in lonely places. It was with the scent of a hound on the trail that I went to Guthrie, for I had spent many years collecting data on the evolution of serpent worship among the Indians. I had always felt from well-defined undertones of legend and archaeology that great Quetzalcoatl, benign snake god of the Mexicans, had an older and darker prototype. And during recent months I had well-nigh proved it in a series of researches stretching from Guatemala to the Oklahoma plains. But everything was tantalizing and incomplete, for above the border the cult of the snake was hedged about by fear and furtiveness. Now it appeared that a new and copious source of data was about to dawn, and I sought the head of the asylum with an eagerness I did not try to cloak. Dr. McNeil was a small, clean-shaven man of somewhat advanced years, and I saw at once from his speech and manner that he was a scholar of no mean attainments in many branches outside his profession. Grave and doubtful when I first made known my errand, his face grew thoughtful as he carefully scanned my credentials and the letter of introduction which a kindly old ex-Indian agent had given me. "So you have been studying the Yig legend, eh?" he reflected sententiously. "I know that many of our Oklahoma ethnologists have tried to connect it with Quetzalcoatl, but I don't think any of them have traced the intermediate steps so well. You have done remarkable work for a man as young as you seem to be, and you certainly deserve all the data we can give. I don't suppose old Major Moore or any of the others told you what it is I have here?" "They don't like to talk about it, and neither do I. It is very tragic and very horrible, but that's all. I refuse to consider it anything supernatural. There's a story about it that I'll tell you after you see it. A devilish sad story, but one that I won't call magic. It merely shows the potency that belief has over some people. I'll admit there are times when I feel a shiver that's more than physical, but in daylight I set all that down to nerves. I'm not a young fellow any more, alas. To come to the point, the thing I have is what you might call a victim of Yig's curse, a physically living victim. We don't let the bulk of the nurses see it, although most of them know it is here. There are just 2 steady old chaps whom I let feed it and clean out its quarters. Used to be 3, but good old Stevens passed on a few years ago. I suppose he'll have to break in a new group pretty soon, for the thing doesn't seem to age or change much, and we old boys can't last forever. Maybe the ethics of the near future will let us give it a merciful release, but it's hard to tell. Did you see that single ground glass basement window over in the east wing when you came up the drive? That's where it is. I'll take you there myself. You needn't make any comment. Just look through the movable panel in the door, and thank God the light isn't any stronger. Then I'll tell you the story, or as much as I've been able to piece together." We walked downstairs very quietly and did not talk as we threaded the corridors of the seemingly deserted basement. Dr. McNeil unlocked a grey painted steel door, but it was only a bulkhead leading to a further stretch of hallway. At length he paused before a door marked B116, opened a small observation panel which he could use only by standing on tiptoe, and pounded several times upon the painted metal as if to arouse the occupant, whatever it might be. A faint stench came from the aperture as the doctor unclosed it, and I fancied his pounding elicited a kind of low hissing response. Finally he motioned me to replace him at the peephole, and I did so with a costless and increasing tremor. The barred ground-glass window, close to the earth outside, admitted only a feeble and uncertain pallor, and I had to look into the malodorous den for several seconds before I could see what was crawling and wriggling about on the straw-covered floor, emitting every now and then a weak and vacuous hiss. Then the shadowed outlines began to take shape, and I perceived that the squirming entity bore some remote resemblance to a human form laid flat on its belly. I clutched at the door handle for support as I tried to keep from fainting. The moving object was almost of human size and entirely devoid of clothing. It was absolutely hairless, and its tawny-looking back seemed subtly squamous in the dim, ghoulish light. Around the shoulders it was rather speckled and brownish, and the head was very curiously flat. As it looked up to hiss at me, I saw that the beady little black eyes were damnably anthropoid, but I could not bear to study them long. They fastened themselves on me with a horrible persistence, so that I closed the panel gaspingly and left the creature to wriggle about unseen in its matted straw and spectral twilight. I must have reeled a bit, for I saw that the doctor was gently holding my arm as he guided me away. I was stuttering over and over again, But for God's sake, what is it?" Dr. McNeil told me the story in his private office as I sprawled opposite him in an easy chair. The gold and crimson of late afternoon changed to the violet of early dusk, but still I sat awed and motionless. I resented every ring of the telephone and every whir of the buzzer, and I could have cursed the nurses and interns whose knocks now and then summoned the doctor briefly to the outer office. Night came, and I was glad my house switched on all the lights. Scientist though I was, my zeal for research was half forgotten amid such breathless ecstasies of fright as a small boy might feel when whispered witch tales go the rounds of the chimney corner. It seems that Yig, the snake god of the Central Plains tribes, presumably the primal source of the more southerly Quetzalcoatl or Kukulkan, was an odd, half-anthropomorphic devil of highly arbitrary and capricious nature. He was not wholly evil, and was usually quite well disposed toward those who gave proper respect to him and his children, the serpents. But in the autumn he became abnormally ravenous, and had to be driven away by means of suitable rites. This was why the tom-toms in the Pawnee, Wichita, and Caddo country pounded ceaselessly week in and week out in August, September, and October, and why the medicine men made strange noises with rattles and whistles, curiously like those of the Aztecs and Mayas. Yig's chief trait was a relentless devotion to his children, a devotion so great that the redskins almost feared to protect themselves from the venomous rattlesnakes which thronged the region. Frightful clandestine tales hinted of his vengeance upon mortals who flouted him or wreaked harm upon his wriggling progeny, his chosen method being to turn his victim, after suitable tortures, to a spotted snake. In the old days of the Indian Territory, the doctor went on, there was not quite so much secrecy about Yig. The plains tribes, less cautious than the desert nomads and pueblos, talked quite freely of the legends and autumn ceremonies with the first Indian agents, and let considerable of the lore spread out through the neighboring regions of white settlement. The great fear came in the land rush days of '89, when some extraordinary incidents had been rumored, and the rumors sustained by what seemed to be hideously tangible proofs. Indians said that the new white men did not know how to get on with Yig, and afterward the settlers came to take the theory at face value. Now, no old-timer in middle Oklahoma, white or red, could be induced to breathe a word about the snake god, except in vague hints. Yet, after all, the doctor added with the most needless emphasis, the only truly authenticated horror had been a thing of pitiful tragedy rather than of bewitchment. It was all very material and cruel, even that last phase which had caused so much dispute. Dr. McNeil paused and cleared his throat before getting down to a special story, and I felt a tingling sensation as when a theater curtain rises. The thing had begun when Walker Davis and his wife Audrey left Arkansas to settle in the newly opened public lands in the spring of 1889, and the end had come in the country of the Wichitas, north of the Washita River, in what is at present Caddo County. There is a small village called Binger there now, and the railway goes through, but otherwise the place is less changed than other parts of Oklahoma. It is still a section of farms and ranches, quite productive in these days, since the great oil fields do not come very close. Walker and Audrey had come from Franklin County in the Ozarks with a canvas-topped wagon, 2 mules, an ancient and useless dog called Wolf, and all their household goods. They were typical hill folk, youngish and perhaps a little more ambitious than most, and looked forward to a life of better returns by the hard work than they had in Arkansas. Both were lean, raw-boned specimens, the man tall, sandy, and grey-eyed, and the woman short and rather dark, with a black straightness of her hair suggesting a slight Indian admixture. In general, there was very little of distinction about them, and but for one thing, their annals might not have differed from those of thousands of other pioneers who flocked into the new country at that time. That thing was Walker's almost epileptic fear of snakes, which some laid to prenatal causes, and some said came from a dark prophecy about his end, with which an old Indian squaw had tried to scare him when he was small. Whatever the cause, the effect was marked indeed, for despite his strong, gentle courage, the very mention of a snake would cause him to grow faint and pale, while the sight of even a tiny specimen would produce a shock sometimes bordering on a convulsion seizure. The Davises started out early in the year in the hope of being on their new land for the spring plowing. Travel was slow, for the roads were bad in Arkansas, while in the territory there were great stretches of rolling hills and red, sandy barrens without any roads whatever. As the terrain grew flatter, the change from the native mountains depressed them more, perhaps, than they realized. But they found the people at the Indian agencies very affable, while most of the settled Indians seemed friendly and civil. Now and then they encountered a fellow pioneer, with whom crude pleasantries and expressions of amiable rivalry were generally exchanged. Owing to the season, there were not many snakes in evidence, so Walker did not suffer from a special temperamental weakness. In the earlier stages of the journey, too, there were no Indian snake legends to trouble him, for the transplanted tribes from the southeast do not share the wilder beliefs of their western neighbors. As fate would have it, it was a white man at Okmulgee in the Creek country who gave the Davises the first hint of the Yig beliefs, a hint which had curiously fascinating effect on Walker, and caused him to ask questions very freely after that. Before long, Walker's fascination had developed into a bad case of fright. He took the most extraordinary precautions at each of the nightly camps, always clearing away whatever vegetation he found, and avoiding stony places wherever he could. Every clump of stunted bushes and every cleft in the great slab-like rocks seemed to him now to hide malevolent serpents, while every human figure, not obviously part of a settlement or emigrant train, seemed to him a potential snake god, till nearness had proved the contrary. Fortunately, no troublesome encounters came at this stage to shake his nerves still further. As they approached the Kickapoo country, they found it harder and harder to avoid camping near rocks. Finally, it was no longer possible, and poor Walker was reduced to the puerile expedient of droning some of the rustic anti-snake charms he had learned in his boyhood. 2 or 3 times the snake was really glimpsed, and these sights did not help the sufferer in his efforts to preserve composure. On the 22nd evening of the journey, a savage wind made it imperative, for the sake of the mules, to camp in as sheltered a spot as possible, and Audrey persuaded her husband to take advantage of a cliff which rose uncommonly high above the dried bed of a former tributary of the Canadian River. He did not like the rocky cast of the place, but allowed himself to be overruled this once, leading the animals sullenly toward the protecting slope, which the nature of the ground would not allow the wagon to approach. Audrey, examining the rocks near the wagon, meanwhile noticed a singular sniffing on the part of the feeble old dog. Seizing a rifle, she followed his lead, and presently thanked the stars that she had forestalled Walker in her discovery. For there, snugly nested in the gap between 2 boulders, was a sight it would have done him no good to see. Visible only as one convoluted expanse, but perhaps comprising as many as 3 or 4 separate units, was a mass of lacy wriggling which could not be other than a brood of newborn rattlesnake. Anxious to save Walker from a trying shock, Audrey did not hesitate to act, but took the gun firmly by the barrel and brought the butt down again and again upon the writhing objects. Her own sense of loathing was great, but it did not amount to a real fear. Finally she saw that her task was done, and turned to clench the improvised bludgeon in the red sand and dry, dead grass nearby. She must, she reflected, cover the nest up before Walker got back from tethering the mules. Old Wolf, tottering relic of mixed shepherd and coyote ancestry that he was, had vanished, and she feared he had gone to fetch his master. Footsteps at that instant proved a fear well-founded. A second more, and Walker had seen everything. Audrey made a move to catch him if he should faint, but he did no more than sway. Then the look of pure fright on his bloodless face turned slowly to something like mingled awe and anger, and he began to upbraid his wife in trembling tones. "God's sake, Aud, but why do you go for to do that? And you heard all the things they have been telling about the snake devil Yig? You'd ought to have told me, and we'd have moved on. Don't you know there's a devil god what gets even if you hurts his children? What for you do you think the Indians all dances and beats their drums in the fall about? This land's under a curse, I tell you. Nigh every soul we ever talked to since we came in said the same. Yig rules here, and he comes out every fall for to get his victims and turn 'em into snakes. Why, or they won't none of them Injuns across the canyon kill a snake for love nor money. God knows what you have done to yourself, girl, a stomping out a whole brood of Yig's children. You'll get your sure, sooner or later, unless I can buy a charm from some of the Indian medicine men. He'll get you. He'll get you, Aud, as sure there's a God in heaven. He'll come out of the night and turn you into a crawling spotted snake." All the rest of the journey Walker kept up the frightened reproofs and prophecies. They crossed the Canadian near Newcastle, and soon afterward met with the first of the real Plains Indians they had seen, a party of blanketed Wichitas, whose leader talked freely under the spell of the whiskey offered him, and taught poor Walker a long-winded protective charm against Yig in exchange for a quart bottle of the same inspiring fluid. By the end of the week, the chosen site in the Wichita country was reached, and the Davises made haste to trace their boundaries and perform the spring plowing before even beginning the construction of a cabin. The region was flat, drearily windy, and sparse of natural vegetation, but promised great fertility under cultivation. Occasional outcroppings of granite diversified a soil of decomposed red sandstone, and here and there a great flat rock would stretch along the surface of the ground like a man-made floor. There seemed to be very few snakes, or possible dens for them, so Audrey at last persuaded Walker to build the one-room cabin over a vast, smooth slab of exposed stone. With such a flooring, and with a good-sized fireplace, the wettest weather might be defied, though it soon became evident that dampness was no salient quality of the district. Logs were hauled in the wagon from the nearest belt of woods many miles toward the Wichita Mountains. Walker built his white-chimneyed cabin and crude barn with the aid of some of the other settlers, though the nearest one was over a mile away. In turn, he helped his helpers at similar house raisings, so that many ties of friendship sprang up between the new neighbors. There was no town worthy the name nearer than El Reno, on the railway 30 miles or more to the northeast, and before many weeks had passed, the people of the section had become very cohesive despite the wideness of the scattering. The Indians, a few of them had begun to settle down on ranches, were for the most part harmless, though somewhat quarrelsome when fired by the liquid stimulation which found its way to them despite all government bans. Of all the neighbors, the Davises found Joe and Sally Compton, who likewise hail from Arkansas, the most helpful and congenial. Sally is still alive, known now as Grandma Compton, and her son Clyde, then an infant in arms, has become one of the leading men of the state. Sally and Audrey used to visit each other often, for their cabins were only 2 miles apart, and in the long spring and summer afternoons they exchanged many a tale of old Arkansas and many a rumor about the new country. Sally was very sympathetic about Walker's weakness regarding snakes, but perhaps did more to aggravate than cure the parallel nervousness which Audrey was acquiring through his incessant praying and prophesying about the curse of Yig. She was uncommonly full of gruesome snake stories, and produced a direfully strong impression with her acknowledged masterpiece, the tale of a man in Scott County who had been bitten by a whole horde of rattlers at once and had swelled so monstrously from poison that his body had finally burst with a pop. Needless to say, Audrey did not repeat this anecdote to her husband, and she implored the Comptons to beware of starting it on the rounds of the countryside. It is to Joe's and Sally's credit that they heeded this plea with the utmost fidelity. Walker did his corn planting early, and in midsummer improved his time by harvesting a fair crop of the native grass of the region. With the help of Joe Compton, he dug a well which gave a moderate supply of very good water, though he planned to sink an artesian later on. He did not run into many serious snake scares, and made his land as inhospitable as possible for wriggling visitors. Every now and then he rode over to the cluster of thatched conical huts which formed the main village of the Wichitas, and talked long with the old men and shamans about the snake god and how to nullify his wrath. Charms were always ready in exchange for whiskey, but much of the information he got was far from reassuring. Yig was a great god. He was bad medicine. He did not forget things. In the autumn, his children were hungry and wild, and Yig was hungry and wild too. All the tribes made medicine against Yig when the corn harvest came. They gave him some corn, and danced in proper regalia to the sound of whistle, rattle, and drum. They kept the drums pounding to drive Yig away, and called down the aid of Tirawa, whose children men are, even as the snakes are Yig's children. It was bad that the squaw of Davis killed the children of Yig. Let Davis say the charms many times when the corn harvest comes. Yig is Yig. Yig is a great god. By the time the corn harvest did come, Walker had succeeded in getting his wife into a deplorably jumpy state. His prayers and borrowed incantations came to be a nuisance, and when the autumn rites of the Indians began, there was always a distant wind-borne pounding of tom-toms to lend an added background of the sinister. It was maddening to have the muffled clatter always stealing over the wide red plains. Why would it never stop? Day and night, week on week, it was always going in exhaustless relays, as persistently as the red, dusty winds that carried it. Audrey loathed it more than her husband did, for he saw in it a compensating element of protection. It was the sense of a mighty, intangible bulwark against evil that he got in his corn crop and prepared cabin and stable for the coming winter. The autumn was abnormally warm, and except for the primitive cookery, the Davises found scant use for the stone fireplace Walker had built with such care. Something in the unnaturalness of the hot dust clouds preyed on the nerves of all the settlers, but most of all on Audrey's and Walker's. The notions of a hovering snake curse and the weird, endless rhythm of the distant Indian drums formed a bad combination which any added element of the bizarre went far to render utterly unendurable. Notwithstanding this strain, several festive gatherings were held at one or another of the cabins after the crops were reaped, keeping naively alive in modernity those curious rites of the harvest home which are as old as human agriculture itself. Lafayette Smith, who came from southern Missouri and had a cabin about 3 miles east of Walker's, was a very passable fiddler, and his tunes did much to make the celebrants forget the monotonous beating of the distant tom-toms. Then Halloween drew near, and the settlers planned another frolic, this time, had they but known it, of a lineage older than even agriculture. The dread witch sabbath of the primal pre-Aryans, kept alive through ages in the midnight blackness of secret woods, and still hinting at vague terrors under its later-day mask of comedy and lightness. Halloween's was to fall on a Thursday, and the neighbors agreed to gather for their first revel at the Davis cabin. It was on that 31st of October that the warm spell broke. The morning was grey and leaden, and by noon the incessant winds had changed from searingness to rawness. People shivered all the more because they were not prepared for the chill, and Walker Davis's old dog, Wolf, dragged himself wearily indoors to a place beside the hearth. But the distant drums still thumped on, nor were the white citizenry less inclined to pursue their chosen rites. As early as 4 in the afternoon, the wagons began to arrive at Walker's cabin, and in the evening, after a memorable barbecue, Lafayette Smith's fiddle inspired a very fair-sized company to great feats of saltatory grotesqueness in the one good-sized but crowded room. The younger folk indulged in the amiable inanities proper to the season, and now and then old Wolf would howl with doleful and spine-tickling ominousness at some especial spectral strain from Lafayette's squeaky violin, a device he had never heard before. Mostly, though, the spattered veteran slept through the merriment, for he was past the age of active interests and lived largely in his dreams. Tom and Jeannie Rigby had brought their collie Zeke along, but the canines did not fraternize. Zeke seemed strangely uneasy over something, and nosed around curiously all the evening. Audrey and Walker made a fine couple on the floor, and Grandma Compton still likes to recall her impression of their dancing that night. Their worries seemed forgotten for the nuns, and Walker was shaved and trimmed into a surprising degree of spruceness. By 10 o'clock, all hands were healthy tired, and the guests began to depart family by family with many handshakings and bluff assurances of what a fine time everybody had had. Tom and Jenny thought Zeke's eerie howls as he followed them to the wagon were marks of regret at having to go home, though Audrey said it must be the far-away tom-toms which annoyed him, for the distant thumping was surely ghastly enough after the merriment with him. The night was bitterly cold, and for the first time Walker put a great log in the fireplace and banked it with the ashes to keep it smouldering till morning. Old Wolf dragged himself within the ruddy glow and lapsed into his customary coma. Audrey and Walker, too tired to think of charms or curses, tumbled into the rough pine bed and were asleep before the cheap alarm clock on the mantel had ticked out 3 minutes. And from far away, the rhythmic pounding of those hellish tom-toms still pulsed on the chill night wind. Dr. McNeil paused here and removed his glasses, as if a blurring of the objective world might make the reminiscent vision clearer. "You will soon appreciate," he said, "that I had a great deal of difficulty in piecing out all that happened after the guests left. There were times, though, at first, when I was able to make a try at it." After a moment of silence, he went on with the tale. Audrey had terrible dreams of Yig, who appeared to her in the guise of Satan, as depicted in cheap engravings she had seen. It was indeed from an absolute ecstasy of nightmare that she started suddenly awake to find Walker already conscious and sitting up in bed. He seemed to be listening intently to something, and silenced her with a whisper when she began to ask what had roused him. "Hark, Aud," he breathed. "Don't you hear something singing and buzzing and rustling? Do you reckon it's a fall crickets?" Certainly there was distinctly audible within the cabin such a sound as he had described. Audrey tried to analyze it, and was impressed with some element at once horrible and familiar which hovered just outside the rim of her memory. And beyond it all, waking a hideous thought, the monotonous beating of the distant tom-toms came incessantly across the black plains on which a cloudy half-moon had set. "Walker, suppose it's the curse of Yig?" She could feel him tremble. "No, girl, I don't reckon he comes that way. He's shapen like a man, except you look at him close. That's what Chief Grey Eagle says. This year is some vomits coming out in the cold, not crickets, I calculate, but somewhat like them. I ought to get up and stomp him out afore makes much headway or get at the cabote." He rose, felt for the lantern that hung within easy reach, and rattled the tin matchbox nailed to the wall beside it. Audrey sat up in bed and watched the flare of the match grow into the steady glow of the lantern. Then, as their eyes began to take in the whole of the room, the crude rafters shook with the frenzy of their simultaneous shriek. For the flat, rocky floor, revealed in newborn illumination, was one seething, brown-speckled mass of wriggling rattlesnakes slithering toward the fire, and even now turning their loathsome heads to menace the fright-blasted lantern-bearer. It was only for an instant that Audrey saw the things. The reptiles were of every size, of unaccountable numbers, and apparently of several varieties, and even as she looked, 2 or 3 of them reared their heads as if to strike at Walker. She did not faint. It was Walker's crash to the floor that extinguished the lantern and plunged her into blackness. He had not screamed a second time. Fright had paralyzed him, and he fell as if shot by a silent arrow from no mortal's bow. To Audrey, the entire world seemed to whirl about fantastically, mingling with the nightmare from which she had started. Voluntary motion of any sort was impossible, for will and the sense of reality had left her. She fell back inertly on a pillow, hoping that she would wake soon. No actual sense of what had happened penetrated her mind for some time. Then, little by little, the suspicion that she was really awake began to dawn on her, and she was convulsed with a mounting blend of panic and grief which made her long to shriek out despite the inhibiting spell which kept her mute. Walker was gone, and she had not been able to help him. He had died of snakes, just as the old witch woman had predicted when he was a little boy. Poor Wolf had not been able to help either, probably had not even awaked from his senile stupor. And now the crawling things must be coming for her, writhing closer and closer every moment in the dark, perhaps even now twining slipperily about the bedpost and oozing up over the coarse woolen blankets. Unconsciously she crept under the clothes and trembled. It must be the curse of Yig. He had sent his monster children on All Hallows Night, and they had taken Walker first. Why was that? Wasn't he innocent enough? Why not come straight for her? Hadn't she killed those little rattlers alone? Then she thought of the curse's form as told by the Indians. She wouldn't be killed, just turned on to a spotted snake. Ugh! So she would be like those things she had glimpsed on the floor, those things which Yig had sent to get her and enroll her among their number. She tried to mumble a charm that Walker had taught her, but found she could not utter a single sound. The noisy ticking of the alarm clock sounded above the maddening beat of the distant tom-toms. The snakes were taking a long time. Did they mean to delay on purpose to play on her nerves? Every now and then she thought she felt a stealthy, insidious pressure on the bedclothes, but each time it turned out to be only the automatic twitchings of her overwrought nerves. The clock ticked on in the dark, and a change came slowly over her thoughts. Those snakes couldn't have taken so long. They couldn't be Yig's messengers after all, but just natural rattlers that were nested below the rock and had been drawn there by the fire. They weren't coming for her, perhaps. Perhaps they had sated themselves on poor Walker. Where were they now? Gone? Coiled by the fire? Still crawling over the prone corpse of their victim? The clock ticked, and the distant drums throbbed on. At the thought of her husband's body lying there in the pitch blackness, a thrill of purely physical horror passed over Audrey. That story of Sally Compton's about the man back in Scott County. He, too, had been bitten by a whole bunch of rattlesnakes, and what had happened to him? The poison had rotted the flesh and swelled the whole corpse, and in the end the bloated thing had burst horribly with a detestable popping noise. Was that what was happening to Walker down there on the rock floor? Instinctively she felt that she had begun to listen for something too terrible even to name to herself. The clock ticked on, keeping a kind of mocking, sardonic time with the far-off drumming that the night wind brought. She wished it were a striking clock, so that she could know how long this eldritch vigil must last. She cursed the toughness of fibre that had kept her from fainting, and wondered what sort of relief the dawn could bring, after all. Probably neighbors would pass. No doubt somebody would call. Would they find her still sane? Was she still sane now? Morbidly listening, Audrey all at once became aware of something which she had to verify with every effort of her will before she could believe it, and which, once verified, she did not know whether to welcome or dread. The distant beating of Indian tom-toms had ceased. They had always maddened her, But had not Walker regarded them as a bulwark against nameless evil from outside the universe? What were some of those things he had repeated to her in whispers after talking with Grey Eagle and the Wichita medicine men? She did not relish this new and sudden silence after all. There was something sinister about it. The loud ticking clock seemed abnormal in its new loneliness. Capable at last of conscious motion, she shook the covers from her face and looked into the darkness toward the window. It must have cleared after the moon set, for she saw the square picture distinctly against a background of stars. Then, without warning, came that shocking, unutterable sound. Ha! The dull, putrid pop of cleft skin and escaping poison in the dark. God! Sally's story, that obscene stench, and this gnawing, clawing silence. It was too much. The bonds of muteness snapped, and the black night waxed reverberant with Audrey's screams of stark, unbridled frenzy. Consciousness did not pass away with the shock. How merciful if only it had! Amidst the echoes of her shrieking, Audrey still saw the star-sprinkled square window ahead and heard the doom-boding ticking of that frightful clock. Did she hear another sound? Was that square window still a perfect square? She was in no condition to weigh the evidence of her senses or distinguish between fact and hallucination. No, that window was not a perfect square. Something had encroached on the lower edge. Nor was the ticking of the clock the only sound in the room. There was, beyond dispute, a heavy breathing neither her own nor poor Wolf's. Wolf slept very silently, and his wakeful wheezing was unmistakable. Then Audrey saw against the stars the black, demoniac silhouette of something anthropoid, and the undulate bulk of a gigantic head and shoulders fumbling slowly toward her. Yeah, go away, go away. Go away, snake devil. Go away, Yig. I didn't want to kill them. I was feared he'd be scared of them. Don't, Yig, don't. I didn't go for to hurt your children. Don't come near me. Don't change me into no spotted snake. But the half-formless head and shoulders only lurched onward toward the bed very silently. Everything snapped at once inside Audrey's head, and in a second she had turned from a cowering child to a raging mad woman. She knew where the axe was, hung against the wall on those pegs near the lantern. It was within easy reach, and she could find it in the dark. Before she was conscious of anything further, it was in her hands, and she was creeping toward the foot of the bed, toward the monstrous head and shoulders that every moment groped their way nearer. Had there been any light, the look on her face would not have been pleasant to see. Take that, you, and that, and that, and that. She was laughing shrilly now, and her cackles mounted higher as she saw that the starlight beyond the window was yielding to the dim, prophetic pallor of coming dawn. Dr. McNeil wiped the perspiration from his forehead and put on his glasses again. I waited for him to resume, and as he kept silent, I spoke softly. She lived? She was found? Was it ever explained? The doctor cleared his throat. Yes, she lived in a way, and it was explained. I told you there was no bewitchment, only cruel, pitiful, material horror. It was Sally Compton who had made the discovery. She had ridden over to the Davis cabin the next afternoon to talk over the party with Audrey, and had seen no smoke from the chimney. That was queer. It had turned very warm again, yet Audrey was usually cooking something at that hour. The mules were making hungry-sounding noises in the barn, and there was no sign of old Wolf sunning himself in the accustomed spot by the door. Altogether, Sally did not like the look of the place. She was very timid and hesitant as she dismounted and knocked. She got no answer, but waited some time before trying the crude door of split locks. The lock, it appeared, was unfastened, and she slowly pushed her way in. Then, perceiving what was there, she reeled back, gasped, and clung to the jamb to preserve her balance. A terrible odor had welled out as she opened the door, but that was not what had stunned her. It was what she had seen. For within that shadowy cabin, monstrous things had happened, and 3 shocking objects remained on the floor to awe and baffle the beholder. Near the burned-out fireplace was the great dog, purple decay on the skin left bare by mange and old age, and the whole carcass burst by the puffing effect of rattlesnake poison. It must have been bitten by a veritable legion of the reptiles. To the right of the door was the axe-hacked remnant of what had been a man, clad in a nightshirt and with the shattered bulk of a lantern clenched in one hand. He was totally free from any sign of snake bite. Near him lay the ensanguined axe, carelessly discarded, and wriggling flat on the floor was a loathsome, vacant-eyed thing that had been a woman, but was now only a mute, mad caricature. All that this thing could do was to hiss and hiss and hiss. Both the doctor and I were brushing cold drops from our foreheads by this time. He poured something from a flask on his desk, took a nip, and handed another glass to me. I could only suggest tremulously and stupidly, "So Walker had only fainted that first time? The screams roused him, and Axe did the rest?" "Yes." Dr. McNeil's voice was low, but he met his death from snakes just the same. It was his fear working in two ways. It made him faint, and it made him fill his wife with the wild stories that caused her to strike out when she thought she saw the snake devil. I thought for a moment. And Audrey, wasn't it queer how the curse of Yig seemed to work itself out on her? I suppose the impression of hissing snakes had been fairly ground into her. Yes, there was lucid spells at first, but they got to be fewer and fewer. Her hair came white at the roots as it grew, and later began to fall out. The skin grew blotchy, and when she died, I interrupted with a start. "Then what was that thing downstairs?" McNeil spoke gravely. "That is what was born to her 3/4 of a year afterward. There were 3 more of them. 2 were even worse, but this one is the only one that lived." The end of The Curse of Yig.
From the Tomb by Guy de Maupassant. Translated by E.C. Wagener. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Tomb by Guy de Maupassant. The guests filed slowly into the hotel's great dining hall and took their places. The waiters began to serve them leisurely, to give the tardy ones time to arrive and to save themselves the bother of bringing back the courses. And the old bathers, the yearly habitués with whom the season was far advanced, kept a close watch on the door each time it opened, hoping for the coming of new faces. New faces, the single distraction of all pleasure resorts. We go to dinner chiefly to canvass the daily arrivals, to wonder who they are, what they do, and what they think. A restless desire seems to have taken possession of us, a longing for pleasant adventures, for friendly acquaintances, perhaps for possible lovers. In this elbow-to-elbow life, our unknown neighbors become of paramount importance. Curiosity is piqued, sympathy on the alert, and the social instinct doubly active. We have hatreds for a week, friendships for a month, and view all men with the special eyes of watering place intimacy. Sometimes during an hour's chat after dinner, under the trees of the park where ripples a healing spring, we discover men of superior intellect and surprising merit, and a month later have fully forgotten these new friends so charming at first sight. There too, more especially than elsewhere, serious and lasting ties are formed. We see each other every day. We learn to know each other very soon, and in the affection that springs up so rapidly between us, there is mingled much of the sweet abandon of old and tried intimates. And later on, how tender are the memories cherished of the first hours of this friendship, of the first communion in which the soul came to light, of the first glances that questioned and responded to the secret thoughts and interrogatories the lips have not dared yet to utter, of the first cordial confidence and delicious sensation of opening one's heart to someone who has seemed to lay bare to you his own. The very dullness of the hours, as it were, the monotony of days all alike, but renders more complete the rapid budding and blooming of friendship's flower. That evening, then, as on every evening, we awaited the appearance of unfamiliar faces. There came only 2, but very peculiar ones, those of a man and a woman, father and daughter. They seemed to have stepped from the pages of some weird legend, and yet there was an attraction about them, albeit an unpleasant one, that made me set them down at once as the victims of some fatality. The father was tall, spare, a little bent, with hair blanched white, too white for his still young countenance, and in his manner and about his person the sedate austerity of carriage that bespeaks the Puritan. The daughter was possibly some 24 or 25 years of age. She was very slight and emaciated, her exceedingly pale countenance bearing a languid, spiritless expression, one of those people whom we sometimes encounter, apparently too weak for the cares and tasks of life, too feeble to move or do the things that we must do every day. Nevertheless, the girl was pretty, with the ethereal beauty of an apparition. It was she, undoubtedly, who came for the benefit of the Waters. They chanced to be placed at table immediately opposite to me, and I was not long in noticing that the father too had a strange affection. Something wrong about the nerves, it seemed. Whenever he was going to reach for anything, his hand with a jerky twitch described a sort of fluttering zigzag before he was able to grasp what he was after. Soon the motion disturbed me so much. I kept my head turned in order not to see it, but not before I had also observed that the young girl kept her glove on her left hand while she ate. Dinner ended. I went out as usual for a turn in the grounds belonging to the establishment. A sort of park, I might say, stretching clear to the little station of Auvergne-Châtel-Guyon, nestling in a gorge at the foot of the high mountain from which flowed the sparkling bubbling springs, hot from the furnace of an ancient volcano. Beyond us there the domes, small extinct craters of which Châtel-Guyon is the starting point, raised their serrated heads above the long chain, while beyond the domes came two distinct regions, one of them needle-like peaks, the other of bold precipitous mountains. It was very warm that evening, and I contented myself with pacing to and fro under the rustling trees, gazing at the mountains and listening to the strains of the band pouring from the casino, situated on a knoll that overlooked the grounds. Presently I perceived the father and daughter coming toward me with slow steps. I bowed to them, in that pleasant continental fashion with which one always salutes his hotel companions. The gentleman halted at once. "Pardon me, sir," said he, "but may I ask if you can direct us to a short walk, easy and pretty, if possible?" "Certainly," I answered, and offered to lead them myself to the valley through which the swift river flows, a deep narrow cleft between two great declivities, rocky and wooded. They accepted, and as we walked we naturally discussed the virtue of the mineral waters. They had, as I had surmised, come there on his daughter's account. "She has a strange malady," said he, "the seat of which her physicians cannot determine. She suffers from the most inexplicable nervous symptoms. Sometimes they declare her ill of a heart disease, sometimes of a liver complaint, again of a spinal trouble. At present they attribute it to the stomach, that great motor and regulator of the body. This protean disease of 1,000 forms, 1,000 modes of attack. It is why we are here. I myself think it is her nerves. In any case it is sad." This reminded me of his own jerking hand. "It may be hereditary," said I. "Your own nerves are a little disturbed, are they not?" "Mine," he answered tranquilly, "not at all. I have always possessed the calmest nerves." Then suddenly, as if bethinking himself, "For this," touching his hand, "is not nerves, but the result of a shock, a terrible shock that I suffered once. Fancy it, sir, this child of mine has been buried alive." I could find nothing to say. I was dumb with surprise. "Yes," he continued, "buried alive, but hear the story. It is not long. For some time past, Juliet had seemed affected with a disordered action of the heart. We were finally certain that the trouble was organic and feared the worst. One day it came. She was brought in lifeless dead. She had fallen dead while walking in the garden. Physicians came in haste, but nothing could be done. She was gone. For 2 days and nights I watched beside her myself, and with my own hands placed her in her coffin, which I followed to the cemetery and saw placed in the family vault. This was in the country, in the province of Lorraine. It had been my wish, too, that she should be buried in her jewels, bracelets, necklace, and rings, all presents that I had given her, and in her first ball dress. You can imagine, sir, the state of my heart in returning home. She was all that I had left. My wife had been dead for many years. I returned.
in truth half mad, shut myself alone in my room and fell into my chair dazed, unable to move, merely a miserable breathing wreck. Soon my old valet Prosper, who had helped me place Juliet in her coffin and lay her away for her last sleep, came in noiselessly to see if he could not induce me to eat. I shook my head, answering nothing. He persisted. Monsieur is wrong. This will make him ill. Will Monsieur allow me then to put him to bed? No, no, I answered. Let me alone. He yielded and withdrew. How many hours passed I don't know. What a night, what a night. It was very cold. My fire of logs had long since burned out in the great fireplace. And the wind, a wintry blast, charged with an icy frost, howled and screamed about the house and strained at my windows with a curiously sinister sound. Long hours, I say, rolled by. I sat still where I had fallen, prostrated, overwhelmed, my eyes wide open, but my body strengthless, dead, my soul drowned in despair. Suddenly the great bell gave a loud peal. I gave such a leap that my chair cracked under me. The slow solemn sound rang through the empty house. I looked at the clock. It was 2 in the morning. Who could be coming at such an hour? Twice again the bell pulled sharply. The servants would never answer, perhaps never hear it. I took up a candle and made my way to the door. I was about to demand, "Who is there?" but ashamed of the weakness, nerved myself and drew back the bolts. My heart throbbed, my pulse beat. I threw back the panel brusquely, and there, in the darkness, saw a shape like a phantom dressed in white. I recoiled, speechless with anguish, stammering, "Who? Who are you?" A voice answered, "It is I, father." It was my child Juliet. Truly I thought myself mad. I shuddered, shrinking backward before the spectre as it advanced, gesticulating with my hand to ward off the apparition. It is that gesture which has never left me. Again the phantom spoke. "Father, father, see! I am not dead. Someone came to rob me of my jewels. They cut off my finger and the flowing blood revived me." And I saw then that she was covered with blood. I fell to my knees panting, sobbing, laughing, all in one. As soon as I regained my senses, but still so bewildered, I scarcely comprehended the happiness that had come to me. I took her in my arms, carried her to a room and rang frantically for Prosper to rekindle the fire, bring a warm drink for her and go for the doctor. He came running, entered, gazed a moment at my daughter in the chair, gave a gasp of fright and horror and fell back dead. It was he who had opened the vault, who had wounded and robbed my child and then abandoned her, for he could not efface all trace of his deed. And he had not even taken the trouble to return the coffin to its niche, sure besides of not being suspected by me who trusted him so fully. We are truly very unfortunate people, monsieur. He was silent. Meanwhile the night had come on, enveloping in the gloom the still and solitary little valley. A sort of mysterious dread seemed to fall upon me in presence of these strange beings. This corpse came to life, and this father with his painful gestures. "Let us return," said I. "The night has grown chill." And still in silence, we retraced our steps back to the hotel. I shortly afterward returned to the city and lost all further knowledge of the 2 peculiar visitors to my favorite summer resort. End of From the Tomb.
Dr. Trafulgus by Jules Verne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Dr. Trafulgus by Jules Verne. 1. Swish! It is the wind, let loose. Swash! It is the rain, falling in torrents. This shrieking squall bends down the trees of the Volsinian coast, and hurries on, flinging itself against the sides of the mountains of Crimea. Along the whole length of the littoral are high rocks, gnawed by the billows of the vast sea of Megalocrida. Swish, swash! Down by the harbor nestles the little town of Lucktrop, perhaps 100 houses, with green palings which defend them indifferently from the wild wind. 4 or 5 hilly streets, ravines rather than streets, paved with pebbles and strewn with ashes thrown from the active cones in the background. The volcano is not far distant. It is called the Voglor. During the day it sends forth sulphurous vapors. At night, from time to time, great outpourings of flame. Like a lighthouse carrying 150 Kurtzes, the Voglor indicates the port of Lucktrop to the coasters, Felsens, Verlichs, and Balanzes, whose keels furrow the waters of Megalocrita. On the other side of the town are ruins dating from the Crimarian era. Then a suburb, Arab in appearance, much like a kasbah, with white walls, domed roofs, and sun-scorched terraces, which are all nothing but accumulations of square stones thrown together at random. Veritable dice are these, whose numbers will never be effaced by the rust of time. Among others we notice the 6-4, a name given to a curious erection, having 6 openings on one side and 4 on the other. A belfry overlooks the town, the square belfry of St. Philphilina, with bells hung in the thickness of the walls, which sometimes a hurricane will set in motion. That is a bad sign. The people tremble when they hear it. Such is Lucktrop. Then come the scattered habitations in the country, set amid heath and broom as in Brittany. But this is not Brittany. Is it in France? I do not know. Is it in Europe? I cannot tell. At all events, do not look for Lucktrop on any map. 2. Rat-tat! A discreet knock is struck upon the narrow door of 6-4 at the left corner of the Rue Massagliere. This is one of the most comfortable houses in Lucktrop, if such a word is known there. One of the richest, if gaining some millions of fretzers by hook or by crook constitutes riches. The rat-tat is answered by a savage bark, in which is much of a lupin howl, as if a wolf should bark. Then a window is opened above the door of 6-4, and an ill-tempered voice says, "Deuce take people who come bothering here." A young girl, shivering in the rain, wrapped in a thin cloak, asks if Dr. Trafalgar is at home. "He is, or he is not, according to circumstances." "I want him to come to my father, who is dying." "Where is he dying?" "At Valcarnian, 4 Kurtzes from here." "And his name?" "Vort Cartif." "Vort Cartif, the herring salter?" "Yes, and if Dr. Trafalgar—" "Dr. Trafalgar is not at home." And the window is closed with a slam, while the swishes of the wind and the swashes of the rain mingle in a deafening uproar. 3. A hard man, this Dr. Trafalgar, with little compassion, and attending no one unless paid cash in advance. His old Hersoff, a mongrel of bulldog and spaniel, would have had more feeling than he. The house called 6-4 admitted no poor, and opened only to the rich. Further, it had a regular tariff, so much for a typhoid fever, so much for a fit, so much for a pericarditis, and for other complaints which doctors invent by the dozen. Now, Vort Cartif, the herring salter, was a poor man, and of low degree. Why should Dr. Trafalgar have taken any trouble, and on such a night? "Is it nothing that I should have had to get up?" he murmured as he went back to bed. "That alone is worth 10 fretzers." Hardly 20 minutes had passed when the iron hammer was again struck on the door of 6-4. Much against his inclination, the doctor left his bed and leaned out of his window. "Who is there?" he cried.
"I am the wife of Vort Cartif."
"The herring salter of Valcarnian?"
"Yes, and if you refuse to come, he will die."
"All right, you will be a widow."
"Here are 20 fretzers."
20 fretzers for going to Valcarnian, 4 Kurtzes from here. Thank you, be off with you. And the windows closed again. 20 fretzers, a grand fee. Risk a cold or lumbago for 20 fretzers, especially when tomorrow one has to go to Kiltrino to visit the rich Edzingov, laid up with gout, which is valued at 50 fretzers the visit. With this agreeable prospect before him, Dr. Trafalgar slept more soundly than before. Swish, swash, and then rat-tat, rat-tat, rat-tat. To the noises of the squall were now added 3 blows upon the knocker, struck by a more decided hand. The doctor slept. He woke but in a fearful humor. When he opened the window, the storm came in like a charge of shot. "I am come about the herring salter." "That wretched herring salter again." "I am his mother." "May his mother, his wife, and his daughter perish with him." "He has had an attack." "Let him defend himself." "Some money has been paid us," continued the old woman. "An installment on the house sold to the Commandeur Dutrop of the Rue Massagliere. If you do not come, my granddaughter will no longer have a father, my daughter-in-law a husband, Myself a son. It was piteous and terrible to hear the old woman's voice, to know that the wind was freezing the blood in her veins, that the rain was soaking her very bones beneath her thin flesh. A fit! Why, that would be 200 Fritzers, replied the heartless Trifulgus. We have only 120. Good night, and the window was again closed. But after due reflection, it appeared that 120 Fritzers for an hour and a half on the road, plus half an hour of visit, made a Fretzer a minute. A small profit, but still not to be despised. Instead of going to bed again, the doctor slipped into his coat of velveter, went down in his wading boots, stowed himself away in his great coat of lurtain, with his sourire on his head and his mufflers on his hands. He left his lamp lighted close to his pharmacopoeia, open at page 197. Then, pulling the door of 64, he paused on the threshold. The old woman was there, leaning on her stick, bowed down by her 80 years of misery. The 120 Fritzers. Here is the money, and may God multiply it for you 100-fold. God, whoever saw the color of his money? The doctor whistled for Herzoff, gave him a small lantern to carry, and took the road towards the sea. The old woman followed. 5. What swishy-swashy weather! The bells of St. Philphilina are all swinging by reason of the gale. A bad sign, but Dr. Trifulgus is not superstitious. He believes in nothing, not even in his own science, except for what it brings him in. What weather, and also what a road! Pebbles and ashes. The pebbles slippery with seaweed, the ashes crackling with iron refuse. No other light than that of Herzoff's lantern, vague and uncertain. At times jets of flame from Voglor uprear themselves, and in the midst of them appear great comical silhouettes. In truth, no one knows what is in the depths of those unfathomable craters. Perhaps spirits of the other world, which volatilize themselves as they come forth. The doctor and the old woman follow the curves of the little bays of the littoral. The sea is white with a livid whiteness, a morning white. It sparkles as it throws off the crests of the surf, which seem like outpourings of glowworms. These two persons go on thus as far as the turn in the road between sandhills, where the brooms and the reeds clash together with a shock like that of bayonets. The dog had drawn near to his master, and seemed to say to him, Come, come, 120 Fritzers for the strong box. That is the way to make a fortune. Another rood added to the vineyard. Another dish added to our supper. Another meat pie for the faithful Herzoff. Let us look after the rich invalids, and look after them, according to their purses. At that spot the old woman pauses. With her trembling finger she points out among the shadows of a reddish light. There is the house of Vort Cartiff, the herring salter. There? Said the doctor. Yes, said the old woman. Hurrah! Cries the dog Herzoff. A sudden explosion from the Voglor, shaken to its very base. A sheaf of lurid flame springs up to the zenith, forcing its way through the clouds. Dr. Trifulgus is hurled to the ground. He swears roundly, picks himself up, and looks about him. The old woman is no longer there. Has she disappeared through some fissure of the earth, or has she flown away on the wings of the mist? As for the dog, he is there still, standing on his hind legs, his jaws apart, his lantern extinguished. Nevertheless, we will go on, mutters Dr. Trifulgus. The honest man has been paid his 120 Fritzers, and he must earn them. 6. Only a luminous speck at the distance of half a Kurtz. It is the lamp of the dying, perhaps of the dead. Of course, it is the herring salter's house. The old woman pointed to it with her finger. No mistake is possible. Through the whistling swishes and the dashing swashes, through the uproar of the tempest, Dr. Trifulgus tramps on with hurried steps. As he advances, the house becomes more distinct, being isolated in the midst of the landscape. It is very remarkable how much it resembles that of Dr. Trifulgus, the 6'4" of Lucktrop. The same arrangement of windows, the same little arched door. Dr. Trifulgus hastens on as fast as the gale allows him. The door is ajar. He has but to push it. He pushes it, he enters, and the wind roughly closes it behind him. The dog Herzoff, left outside, howls with intervals of silence. Strange. One would have said that Dr. Trifulgus had come back to his own house. And yet he has not wandered. He has not even taken a turning. He is at Valcarnian, not at Lucktrop. And yet here is the same low vaulted passage, the same wooden staircase with high barristers, worn away by the constant rubbing of hands. He ascends. He reaches the landing. Beneath the door a faint light filters through, as in 6-4. Is it a delusion? In the dimness he recognizes his room. The yellow sofa. On the right, the old chest of pearlwood. On the left, the brass-bound strong-box in which he intended to deposit his 120 fretzers. There, in his armchair with the leather cushions, there is his table with its twisted legs, and on it, close to the expiring lamp, his pharmacopoeia open at page 197. "What is the matter with me?" he murmurs. What is the matter with him? Fear. His pupils are dilated, his body is contracted, shriveled. An icy perspiration freezes his skin. Every hair stands on end. But hasten, for want of oil the lamp expires. And also the dying man. Yes, there is the bed, his own bed, with posts and canopy, as wide as it is long, shut in by heavy curtains. Is it possible that this is the pallet of a wretched herring salter? With a quaking hand, Dr. Trafalgar seizes the curtains. He opens them. He looks in. The dying man, his head uncovered, is motionless, as if at his last breath. The doctor leans over him. Ah, what a cry! To which outside responds an unearthly howl from the dog. The dying man is not the herring salter Vort Cartif. It is Dr. Trafalgar. It is he whom congestion has attacked. He himself. Cerebral apoplexy, with sudden accumulation of serosity in the cavities of the brain, with paralysis of the body on the side opposite that of the seat of the lesion. Yes, it is he who was sent for, and for whom 120 fretzers have been paid. He who, from the hardness of heart, refuses to attend the herring salter. He who is dying. Dr. Trafalgar is like a madman. He knows himself lost. At each moment the symptoms increase. Not only all the functions of the organs slacken, but the lungs and the heart cease to act. And yet he has not quite lost consciousness. What can be done? Bleed. If he hesitates, Dr. Trafalgar is dead. In those days they still bled, and then, as now, medical men cured all those apoplectic patients who were not going to die. Dr. Trafalgar seizes his case, takes out his lancet, opens a vein in the arm of his double. The blood does not flow. He rubs his chest violently. His own breathing grows slower. He warms his feet with hot bricks. His own grow cold. Then his double lifts himself, falls back, and draws one last breath. Dr. Trafalgar, notwithstanding all that his science has taught him to do, dies beneath his own hands. 7. In the morning a corpse was found in the house 6-4, that of Dr. Trafalgar. They put him in a coffin and carried him with much pomp to the cemetery of Lucktrop, whither he had sent so many others, in a professional manner. As to old Herzoff, it is said that to this day he haunts the country with his lantern alight, and howling like a lost dog. I do not know if that be true, but strange things happen in Volsinia, especially in the neighborhood of Lucktrop. And again, I warn you not to hunt for that town on the map. The best geographers have not yet agreed as to its latitude, nor even as to its longitude. End of Dr. Trafalgar by Jules Verne.
Every story leaves a trace, some in history, others in the shadows. If this one made you think, question, or shiver just a little, you're in the right place. This is Truth Meets Fiction. Until next time, stay curious, stay sharp, and don't believe everything you're told.